This episode of the OnlyKings podcast is brought to you by OrganicPricedBooks.com. Guys, there's not been a better time to get into collecting comics, and OrganicPricedBooks.com has multiple formats such as the Omnibus, Deluxe hardcover, and trade paperbacks at huge discounts, such as The Amazing Spider-Man Volume 5, originally at $125, marked down to $80. Use my discount code NOAH, N-O-A-H, at checkout for an additional discount on top of what you're already getting, which can range from anywhere between 25 to 42% off. Again, OrganicPricedBooks.com, discount code NOAH, N-O-A-H, for an additional discount. Now back to the show. Elias Springer's back.
Horrible
already.
Mistake. You fucked up.
Yeah, dude, like I was saying earlier, you are one of, if not the fastest climb to 100. Can you look real quick to see if we're, you don't have to screen cap it, but see if we're at 100 yet with this episode?
It was my Make-A-Wish Foundation.
Fucking stupid.
That was how they, that was why it climbed so high. The people at Make-A-Wish were like, we got to give him views. It's his dying wish.
Click on it.
I have a whole 79.
99. He's at 99.
Oh, damn it. Okay,
Very
so
close.
like 30 people need to unwatch that and leave it at that so they could just stay at 69.
All right, well, cheers, buddy.
102 now. Look at that. Perfect.
100. Damn.
I'm awesome.
Where's your drink at? Cheers, buddy. Oh, pour yourself a drink.
Jesus.
Yeah, ooh, what's up with that?
We never opened any of this.
All right.
One question I wanted to ask you, and I messed up. Jesus Christ.
Do you want a knife?
Yeah.
You want a knife? All right.
But one question I was meaning to ask you, and I wanted to ask you this last time because nobody asks anybody now that they're adults.
Okay.
What's your favorite dinosaur, buddy?
Oh, my God.
What's your favorite dinosaur?
My favorite dinosaur. Dude, I don't know shit about dinosaurs. Like, the easiest answer is Velociraptor because of Step Brothers. But, I mean,
Favorite non-pornographic magazine to masturbate to?
good housekeeping. Oh, fuck, man. Dude, honestly, it's the T-Rex, and it's only because of that scene in Jurassic Park where it's fucking around with the kids, and it's trying to, like, bite into the truck that they're in or whatever the scenario was. That scared the fuck out of me as a kid.
Yeah, that's pretty fair. So I recently found out because of COVID that I missed out on this information. So my favorite dinosaur is the Spinosaurus. Stoked. Loved it. Jurassic Park 3 got me into that shit. Then I found out it was like a somewhat like semi-aquatic kind of like alligator type. Science recently discovered they're like, no, it's a full-on like marine monster.
Cheers, buddy.
Cheers, buddy.
Like the Loch Ness or what?
Pretty much. Just with a giant spine and a fucking asshole. Smoky. Like the name has it. It's smoky.
So we're drinking Corsair Triple Smoke, right?
Triple smoke.
Triple Smoke. That's really good.
That tastes like a campfire, but like a good campfire.
That's a hearty campfire.
That's a good campfire.
So before we go anywhere further with this, and I didn't tell them about this either. So I was watching your video, or your episode, obviously, and editing it. Mm-hmm. And I forgot, admittedly, that I made you a promise. And so I had to make good on that this week because I got paid. This is yours. Bloodborne is yours. You have no excuse not to play that game now. Bloodborne is yours.
You got me on that. Okay. I will play the game
Yes.
for you.
Yes. I will renew my PlayStation Plus if you need help. Like, that game is so good. It's so good. So very good.
Okay.
Happy Kwanzaa.
Did you see the Bloodborne speedrun that I sent you?
I did, and that's just ridiculous.
Yeah, it was just nuts. Like, I've been watching that. Me and Joey watched one about Jedi Fallen Order and just skipping all of these boss fights. And I'm like, what motherfucker is sitting there just staring at, like, all of this shit that happens? And he's like, I can clip through that.
Well, because, like, I have a theory that they just go into they break the coding, and they see where the coding messed up.
That's how...
They have to be a bunch of nerds that know code.
That's how the Fallen Order one was they figured out if you switch the frames per second on
No, I'm talking like they get into the actual, like, the coding behind the game, like how the Mortal Kombat leaks get out.
Yeah.
I think that's what they do.
Oh, okay. But, yeah, in the Fallen Order, they figured out if you swap your frames, you can fuck with the game just enough that you can start clipping through everything. And I was just like, you guys ruin it.
See, and that's all fine and dandy, but, like, yeah, with games like that,
and really anything but From Software, and then like Fallen Jedi, good games you need to really play through. I hope that they played through at least once.
Right.
You know, and
I would hope so. That's how they
skip,
figured it out.
They skip right to fucking off with it.
Velociraptors are actually super tiny, and they don't look like the ones you like.
Well, there's like different types of raptors. You have like the Utah raptor, which is a different, more bird-looking
Can you
one.
pull that up? Yeah, that's good.
And
right there.
it's supposedly like a lot more colorful. And then like the fossils that we have is like a completely different rendition of that. Yeah, that one's more what it's projected to look like.
We have that technology now.
We have the technology.
The videos will look a little bit better now, I hope.
New features.
No, because dude, I added on your episode, I added some graphics.
I saw that.
And I was like, hey, that's not too bad. Look at that. It took literally no effort at all. I was just lazy. Didn't know how to figure out the first time.
So I was watching the episode, and I was about to piss my pants laughing when I saw the King Kong balloon screenshot, and I was just like, yes, it's there.
My poor producer, like I sent him, because all I sent him was a screenshot of the actual, like the web page, like the full web page of like YouTube and everything. I was like, hey, you need to Photoshop this little thing out of it, please, and I need it in like 2 days. And he's like, okay.
He's like, you son of a bitch.
I felt so bad. He gave me the thumbnail at like 1 a.m. I was like, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay, so the main thing we didn't get to last time that we need to get to now is basically we live in a fucking simulation. And none of this is real.
So, like I was talking to you the other day,
Yeah.
we're probably a fucking science experiment on an alien shelf somewhere.
Okay.
And they got a C- on.
Isn't that a thing from Futurama where they keep the worlds on a shelf?
Universes, like realities, are in boxes.
Oh yeah, that's right. They
Right.
keep going in and out of boxes.
Okay.
But
Like different parallel universes.
and then I brought up the South Park Sea Monkeys shit, where we just have Cartman as our god running this simulation.
I fucking love that episode for like Chef alone. Like, Chef, we got our semen in the teacher. And he's like, what? We gotta kill her. We gotta hide the body.
But I'm laying there in bed this morning, and I wake up. Oh yeah, that episode.
So those are all universes in the Futurama like show.
Yeah, the different boxes that they jump back and forth with.
Oh, okay.
The Leela and Fry that actually get married and have a happy life, and Fry's sad about it.
There's always like a flip of a coin.
Oh shit.
She flipped her coin, she got with him, and then I think her reality, it didn't come out as whatever it came out, and so she came home and dated them. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy.
Well, that's like that has like a surprising touch of reality to it. That's how it like. I was having this conversation last night actually. How like because I saw this little clip and it was of Jordan Peterson and the dude's like borderline weeping. I don't know what got him on the subject. It was like a little 10-second thing, and he goes like how he recognizes how like insignificant our life is, but how like significant the moments are, and how like because this could be the last time we're all in the same room together.
Yeah.
Like in all reality, like one of us could die tomorrow. A fucking, I don't know, a meteor could crash through the fucking garage.
You know what was fucked up? So I was watching this YouTube video came across, and it was like a time lapse of the entire life of the Earth, and it was supposed to like project like what will happen in the future and whatnot.
That's scary.
So I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna sit down and watch this, and it goes through. We're gonna put the entire future in a perspective that's easy to understand. So we're gonna use a calendar year with like the very first day of the universe being January 1st at like 12:01 a.m. and then the actual like ending of Earth being basically New Year's Eve. So I was like, okay.
Oh, so in one whole year is
like,
the lifespan of Earth. Oh my god.
To cover through, they're like each second is going to be like 346 years.
Holy fuck.
So like from that standpoint, you're like, what the fuck? And now, granted, this is covering like 12 billion years, so it's also covering past our point.
Right.
So it's not just coming up to where we're currently at. So I was like, holy shit, okay, I'm down. Like, let's see what this is about. And it starts going through, and it's like talking about the first microorganisms and all of this, and it's just like imagine seeing all of that life spanning in front of you. And they speed up to a point where, thanks for turning me down. They speed up to a point where I think it's like May 5th or something, or whatever date it is in there. They're like, boom, there's the humans. Real quick, you're already at society, like within like a minute. And you're like, what the fuck? And it puts perspective just at that point.
Can you try and find this? This is actually pretty cool. Like, I love you telling me, but I want to see, like, I want to put the face of the name. Like, I want to see what you're talking about.
Yeah, and like it mentions just like how quick we show up and can disappear off of this. And then it's talking about like how time continues to go and go and go. And then like the closer we get to December, it's like, I think it was like August or September. Like no.
Which one are we talking? And if you screen cap this, we shouldn't get copyrighted.
So Time Lapse of the Future was a really cool one that Evan and I watched a while back, but that's not the same one. I think it's From Earth, Birth to Death. That might be that one right there.
Oh, no, go back.
I think it might be that one. Top. Why does that not look familiar? No, that's not it.
Oh, well. Anyway.
But,
so, how does it project us ending?
Huh?
How does it project us
It's
ending?
just the sun eventually like growing so large that it swallows the earth. But like our society, like how we die, they leave that open. They're kind of just like we either kill ourselves or we make the earth so inhabitable that we don't live. But it only has us for like that small fraction.
So funny thing about humanity ending itself. Like, so I did an episode a couple weeks ago. I haven't published it yet. It'll be like in the beginning of this season. And we started talking about AI. And I was real happy to sit down with the guy, and I want to sit down with him again because I can't believe he believes this. Like, I genuinely cannot believe this is what he like is okay with. Unless he's like really good at lying. He was like, yeah, this is what I'm okay with, and I want this to happen. So we start getting into AI, and we're talking about how it's taking over jobs, and how eventually like AI is going to get so smart that it recognizes the plague that humans are on the earth, right? And it's like,
Ultron.
no, yeah, and it sounds like we're better off without humans. And then we have this like track record of everybody saying, "Fuck you, Siri," shit like that, and calling their fucking Amazon Alexa a bitch, and they just have that on a recording, and they're like, okay, let's take out the humans. And I was making the argument like that's bad. I'm pro-human. Like that is bad.
I'm
like,
part of what I'm about.
No, yeah, like the robots taking over is bad. Like we need to stop that from happening. And even like Elon Musk, he goes to these fucking billionaire meetings, and that's why he comes out and gets fucking scared about it, and he talks about it because the dude has a conscience. He's one of the last billionaires on earth that has a fucking conscience. So AI is going to evolve, recognize all these things, and then we need to stop it from happening. And that was my argument. Like, we need to, I'm not okay with the government saying where we can stop. I'm not okay with over-regulation. But what I am okay with is the government preventing human deaths. And I recognize the rest of this episode is going to be the contrary, but I'm okay with the government stopping human demise. So then, so he goes, yeah, but, this is what's going to happen, and I'm okay with it. And I was like, you're okay with the robots killing us? To really dumb it down. And he goes, yeah. And I'm like, why? Why are you okay with this? Well, he asked me, what are you afraid of? And I'm like, what am I afraid of? I'm afraid of Terminator, dude.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, there's this fantastic film in the 80s that came out with the king of all kings, Arnold, and literally showing why AI going a little bit too far might fuck us
I'm
over.
terrified of fucking Terminator happening.
Dude, Skynet scares the shit out of me every day. Like, Siri popped up on my phone the other day. I was, laying in bed. I was like, ding, ding, what did you want to talk about? I'm like, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was in the gym today, and I was having a conversation, a real quick, 1-2 interaction with somebody, and Siri went off. And I was like, okay. I'd rather not right now.
See, either David's room is currently being run by the Terminator, or it's haunted by a ghost. Because all the electronics and the star glasses like fucking Elton John.
And see, but the thing is by the time that we get to the point where the Terminator happens, it's not gonna be like Arnold. It's not gonna be an obviously robotic person that is.
It'll be Michael Reeves' Pissbot 9000 taking us over.
Yeah, it's gonna be some regular looking dude, and then I'm convinced Elon's a fucking alien. There's no way that guy's real.
Okay, hold on. Mark Zuckerberg is the alien over here.
No,
I think
Zuckerberg's
Elon is
a lizard. Zuckerberg's a lizard.
Talking shit about.
But yeah, I'm convinced that Zuckerberg's a fucking.
Have
wizard.
you? So there's a movie actually about like the lizard people.
Oh god.
And so it's a really shitty B movie, and I cannot remember for the life of me what movie it is. But it's like Hitler, Hillary Clinton, Sarah Palin, Mark Zuckerberg, and oh no,
That's the Quincy Jones eyes from Thriller.
but yeah, it's Clinton, Hitler, Palin, all of these government officials, Mark Zuckerberg, all of the tech gods and whatnot. All the tech gods and whatnot, and they're all like lizard people down in hell, and it's like this weird like Hollow Earth kind of thing. It's the funniest shit I've ever seen. I was so hammered when I came across this. It was spicy meatballs.
So there's a movie. It's based off that video. It's called Postal, but it's based off the video game Postal, and it's look up on YouTube Postal ending really quick. Postal movie ending. And I'd tell you what it is, but I just want you to look at it. Yep.
Was that Bin Laden and George Bush? I'm sorry, what?
So skip like halfway through. Yeah. Skip about halfway through. Yeah. Yep. Okay, yeah, it's fine right there. And screen cap that shit. Yeah. Yeah, and the movie's about like a mass shooting or something like that. But that's what it's ending with right there. And yeah, that is what this movie is. And then the fucking nuke goes off. Now, mind you, this was obviously the product of a 3 a.m. YouTube dive during the pandemic. He's going down a rabbit hole. How does that make you feel? I don't even know, like, what's past that? Okay, yeah, go past it. Oh, there you go. There's the end. So, yeah.
What the fuck did I just watch?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you're welcome for that. And you bowl. So he's like infamous for making just piss poor, horrible movies, and most of them are based off of I want to say they're based off of video games. Most of them, like Postal, obviously, but like I know a few of them are also based off of video games. But he made it's a very dark movie, but it's called Rampage.
Oh yeah, the one where it's just some dude that goes fucking nuts. He's all plated up with dual ARs and just goes ballistic.
Have you seen it?
Yeah, I've seen all three.
Oh god, see, I saw like the first one.
Yeah,
well, Capital Punishment's the second one. I saw Capital Punishment.
Dude, that one's
too.
fucked up because he sits up in an alley with like a fucking lawn chair, just opens up, and just people walking by and like caps him.
Yeah, it's a pretty. I mean, they're all pretty messed up movies. The first one is like, it's competent. Like, it's enough to watch, but like just
The third one is like if Ruby Ridge was justified.
Oh God.
Yeah, like he's out in the woods, he's on his own, and the FBI's after him, and all this shit. Which again leads into this segment.
Yeah.
Like how.
So that's an easy one to start with. So for people who don't know what Ruby Ridge is.
So Ruby Ridge was an incident. I forget when it happened. I think it was like in the 80s or like early 90s.
I think it was the early 90s.
Yeah. Basically, the ATF wanted, I can't remember his name, but the ATF tricked this dude tricked is a weird word. They pushed heavily for this guy to sell them a sawed-off shotgun, which was illegal.
Well, it's entrapment.
Yeah. So he had this shotgun. They're like, sell it to us. And he's like, no, I'm not going to do it. Because it was legal for him to own at the time. But as if he sold it, that's where it got all fucked. So he's like, no. And they kept, give it to it. Please, bro, I want to buy it, blah, 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 blah. So eventually he was like, fine, fuck it, here you go. And he gives it to them. And they're like, you just committed a felony. And he's sitting there like, what the fuck? So they show up, or the ATF shows up. I forget all the events leading up to, but...
Can you look it up so we can get some like actual details on what's... Ruby Ridge? So
the ATF shows up to arrest this gentleman. What's his name?
An 11-day siege in Bondry County, Idaho, near Naples. Yeah, thank you. Oh my God.
So they show up to arrest him, and then his son, Randy Weaver. So his son's dog like charges the ATF officer just out of protection for the owner, and that's where the whole meme comes from that the ATF will shoot your fucking dog.
Right.
Is because that dog came at them, and they shot it without hesitation. A quick little firefight happened, and they retreated back into their cabin.
Right. The family.
Yeah. The daughter, basically, he was a former Green Beret, and the daughter in the documentary that they released on Netflix, she was like, he just wanted to live on his own, man. Like, we just all wanted to hang out. He didn't want any involvement from any of the shit. He wanted us just to be left alone. That's how it is. Or that's how a lot of individuals like that are.
Ooh, scroll up again real quick. So continue what you're saying, but let's talk about the ROE when we get to it.
Okay.
So continue.
So, and this is just like a layman's term sum up of the events. They're held up in the governor, or I forget who it was. He was another former Green Beret, and they brought him out to talk because they knew Randy Weaver knew who he was, and he was good. They suspected he would be more open to talk to that Green Beret. So they kind of started to talk him down, and he was becoming gradually more open. And I can't remember the exact specifics in between that, but there was a sniper held up in like the fucking trees, right, and sees he was either running back in, or again, the events are all messed up, but the sniper just pulls the fucking trigger because he thinks whoever it is holding a weapon. Well, he shoots Randy Weaver's wife, and she's holding his grandson, and she dies ultimately. And he releases his kids. He's like, get out of here, like, save yourselves. And then he holds up for his final Alamo standing. Yeah, his son got hit well before. I think it was right after they shot his dog. They killed his son while he was running back into the cabin.
Good God.
Yeah, so it was like this huge fuck up, and it led to like a string of events, like even going into Waco, of how the ATF like gets involved with this.
So we'll get into Waco. So an ROE is a rule of engagement, and that's basically, for people who don't know what that is, that's you go into an incident, military going into a theater. This is what is going to allow you to use deadly force on a potential hostile or someone who's displaying hostility. So the rules of engagement were drafted and approved by the FBI headquarters. So this is special for the event. If any adult in the area around the cabin observed with a weapon, with a weapon after the surrender announcement has been made, deadly force could and should be used to neutralize the individual. So, okay, that's the first one. There's 4 points. The second point: if any adult male is observed with a weapon prior to the announcement, a deadly force should be employed if the shot can be taken without endangering any children. That's prior to the announcement of deadly force. Third, if compromised by any dog, the dog can be taken out. God, I shouldn't be laughing. And the last one, fourth one, any subject other than Randy Weaver, Vicky Weaver, Kevin Harris, presenting threat of death or grievous bodily harm, FBI rules of force apply. Rules of deadly force apply. Deadly force can be utilized to prevent death or grievous bodily injury to oneself. So basically, that just opens up to kill anybody you want. Yeah. So
as long as you feel you're threatened,
right? And feelings are interesting. But when I look at that and I read that, obviously they have to get some sort of rules of engagement to protect themselves. That's why they're there, right? But you also need to be able to protect. It sounds counterintuitive, but it's the way this country works. Is you need to be able to protect those you're attacking, unless you're like in a fucking war.
Yeah.
So when they say,
and even the rules of engagement in war are meant to protect the
civilians.
Those we're attacking, or civilians in this case, more extensively than we do in our own country, as involving the FBI and ATF and whatnot.
So, if any adult is observed with a weapon, so this is obviously an extreme, but in theory, because they're out in the middle of BF nowhere, if some hunter just was walking around with his long rifle and his dog
after the surrender, they can cap his ass.
They could just shoot him on sight.
Him and the dog. Both.
So the point why this is bad, like the whole point of this being a problem is the ATF entrapped someone, forced them to defend themselves in their home, shot and killed the wife thinking a baby was a gun, and then the son, see how the son got killed. But okay, because the son got killed while he was retreating, I believe, because I believe you were right. So this is the deployment of snipers and observers. Okay, Denver SWAT team leader, so separate from the ATF. His name was Gregory Sexton. Described them as severe and inappropriate. This was the employment of snipers. 2 members of Denver SWAT team saying they were strong and a departure from the standard deadly force policy, also inappropriate, and this is something that had never been given before. And okay, so
They were taken back by the rules, which goes to show that that's something that, based on what was laid out, it's something they are inherently.
and even
weren't
it says
used to.
one of those final sentences. Another team member responded to the briefing of the ROE saying, "You've got to be kidding." So they were ready to kill this guy, a fellow American.
Well, you know what? They also pegged him as a white supremacist, living out like trying to,
and this is
do
before
a Jim Jones Klan meeting shit.
And this is before like calling people white supremacists was like the hot thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
And because I mean I don't think it's outlandish to say that's a very popular thing to do now.
Yeah.
Is call people white supremacists, which is fucking stupid. And what's interesting, right, is like so I got a buddy of mine.
But I think that's how the ATF and like FBI justified what they were doing was, oh, we're gonna go take down a white supremacist. But even his family was like, he just wanted to live alone. He had no.
Well, here's the fucked up thing, right? The way that I interpret our rights, as the Bill of Rights says it. You in this country have every right to be a white supremacist. You do. You have every
Realistically,
right
yeah.
to think that if you, any sort of supremacist, not just white supremacist, if you're any sort of supremacist, you have the right in this country to say, my race is better than yours. I can go down the street and say that to everybody. Now, granted, that's going to open me up to some consequences, right?
Somebody's gonna want to fuck you up.
Exactly. So, but you need to undertake that on your own. However, it only becomes illegal when you start acting upon it in a way that puts people in danger or puts their life in danger. So, just saying that this dude's a white supremacist, but if you have no evidence, which they didn't, you have no evidence that this guy has participated in racial acts, meaning like hate crimes, or has participated in murders, rapes, whatever kind of goes along with that, assaults. I mean, the way this country works is you gotta let him.
Yeah, and like that's like the whole hate speech thing. Is speech that you hate and hate speech are two completely different things. And I forget the actual ruling, but hate speech itself is technically protected by the First Amendment, as long, and here's this, the caveat to that, as long as it does not incite violence or promote
Or panic, right?
damage or panic to any individual, like going into a movie theater and yelling active
fire.
shooter or fire or anything like that. As long as it does not promote something that can cause harm to a certain individual. But you can go, I fucking hate insert whoever, whatever, any of that. That's protected.
That was about to be a real bad soundbite.
Yeah, let's not start with that one.
Yeah, but no. Okay, so the next thing here is it's talking about the constitutionality of the second shot, and the second shot is what took out the son, right?
No, I think that's what injured Randy Weaver.
So reading it, he was walking to like a shed where he had his dead son, and the sniper shot him. It was aiming for his spine.
Whoa! Back up. Okay, let's solve the equation of how did the dead son get into a shed. Yeah, figure that out. So the second shot that they're talking about was trying to kill Weaver. Right.
Yeah, because I remember he had a GSW to his midsection, and he was kind of like laying on the floor like that was his final surrender. Because there was pictures of them like pulling him out on a stretcher on the cabin when he finally surrendered.
So I guess there was an encounter in Weaver's cabin. He
ATF was there. The dogs went to attack, unknown people on his property, and then they shot the dogs. Apparently, they shot 19 rounds were fired during the fight. Oh wow! Roderick fired 1 shot from 16. Dean fired 7 from 16 on moving at least 21 feet. Cooper fired 9 from his Colt. Sammy Weaver fired 3 from a mini 223 Ruger. And Sammy Weaver is the son. Okay. Firefighter shot were fired by the origin of the shot that killed 14-year-old Sammy Weaver was a critical concern in all investigations at the time. So he died in a firefight. Okay, so in that skirmish he died. And see, okay, 19 rounds, calm the fuck down. But here's an example of when using a lot of rounds is fucking awesome. So unfortunately in New Mexico, we had a state police officer that was killed. And we can get into that bullshit because there's now a lawsuit going against the state and the feds. I don't know if you know about that.
No.
We'll get into that because it's some fucking bullshit and it's disgusting. Anyway, so the good part of this story, the very small good part, when they kill the assailant, right? They kill the guy that who executed the state police officer. It's an execution.
Yo, the way he walked up, I saw the video. The way he walks up.
Have you seen the uncensored video?
Yes.
It's horrible.
It's disgusting.
It's disgusting. Well, so they end up getting the guy. So there's dash cam footage. Goodness. Okay, so there's dash cam footage of the police officer who ends up killing that kills the assailant, right? And so, yes, see if you can pull it up. I won't put it in the video, but just so you can see it. Mm-hmm. Police shooting. No, look up from the guy getting killed. The guy.
It was down in Las Cruces, yeah.
Yeah, but look for the one where, because I don't want to watch the cop getting killed again. Look up where it's. No, that's not it. Look up police chase. New Mexico State police shooting, police chase. Yeah, get rid of Las Cruces and put in police chase. It should pull it up. Anyway, so this cop, I'm pretty sure he's Las Cruces PD. He's in a Camaro. He rams his Camaro into the white truck the guy was driving, right? Gets out of the car, gets shot. He goes down. This shows how far good training will get you. He goes down, and immediately when he drops, this is off of his lapel camera, he shoves his pistol under his car to try to get a shot. Can't get one. Gets back up, puts 3 into the guy, comes around his door, dumps his entire extended magazine into this dude, drops the magazine, reloads, goes back to shoot, and by the time he's done doing that, there's already 2 cops around, and the guy's dead. It is something to behold. I gotta be honest with you, man. So go to the search bar, and the way I found it, the video is called badass car chase.
Badass.
Yeah,
car
badass.
Chase.
Badass New Mexico State Police and car chase.
Well, and some, especially consulting that the 19 rounds and involved with that Ruby Ridge incident and everything. Why cops shoot so much? That's one thing. Is why did they dump so many rounds out of all of this? And so I work in EMS. I'm usually seeing the ass end of all of this.
If you can't find it, it's okay. But it's something crazy. It's something awesome. Yeah, it's not there.
But I'm usually seeing the ass end of all of this.
Yeah.
And I have seen people shot dead center in the chest, in multiple parts of the chest, taking multiple shots, and those bullets going somewhere and not really doing anything, especially out of police service weapons. One of the guys that I used to work with, he told me a story that happened here in New Mexico a while back of a really fat dude who got shot nine times in the stomach from a 45. But because he was so fat, all the 45 got caught in the meat of him, and only one made it past all of his adipose tissue and actually into his abdomen.
Well, that's a story like how you hear from World War II, somebody got shot in the chest but really hit a Bible.
Yeah. Well, I had one dude who got shot in the chest and it ricocheted off his rib and got lodged in his armpit. Just the direction that it took.
Oh, that's luck.
Yeah, but that's happened to 2 guys in 1 week of at work. It's just sometimes you got to put more rounds than you think.
Yeah,
for
sure.
People are like, oh, you could have just.
Yeah. Okay. Yep, that's it right there. Play it. Absolute. Not like record it. No, I don't want to put it into the video. But yeah. Skip forward to all this. I don't care about these talking heads. Yeah. Okay. Watch this. See, because I don't know if this dude is Crucis PD.
It looks like he's in a state PD uniform.
So there he is at the bottom of the screen, hitting him. And then he gets tagged there. Yep, gets tagged. He goes back down, tries to shoot under the vehicle, can't get a shot, gets back up, and just dumps rounds into this asshole. Just dumps it, all his entire magazine into this guy. And then they had to, because he got clipped in the shoulder, I think, or actually got shot in the shoulder. So that's it right there. But yeah, so that's not the full thing. Like you see, like in the video that I saw, you see like the guy give like his last scream and everything. Like fuck this guy. Anyway, so Ruby Ridge. And the reason why that's important to what you mentioned next was Waco, because the same officers involved in Ruby Ridge.
A series of events.
Get called out to Waco.
A series of events of the ATF going out to do things, fucking up the entire incident, and then the FBI coming in to try to clean it up. And then everybody goes, oh, look how fucked up the FBI is. Which, out of every government agency that exists, I will say the FBI, for the most part, is the most tame.
Yeah.
They're the most fair, and they're like Fox News. They're fair and balanced. No, but they are the most... They're more analytical with a lot of these situations. Where you see the ATF, they're like, they've got an illegal firearm. It's like, how is it illegal? They're like, we said...
Yeah, no, quite literally.
And it's just amazing how quick like a lot of these incidences can get like really fucked up, really goddamn quick, and nobody understands. Like Waco, same thing in Ruby Ridge. A bunch of people just want to be left alone.
And see, like, the argument that I've heard against Waco was they were stockpiling. Can you pull up like the Waco incident real quick? But they were stockpiling illegal firearms. That was the accusation, right? That they were stockpiling illegal firearms, and then they would find out because that whole
shall not be infringed.
Yeah. So that whole standoff lasted like 50 days, right?
I think it was like 68 or something like that.
Because I remember then they found out like into it that I guess David Koresh, the leader of the Davidians, he was like marrying 16-year-olds.
Yeah, so if there was any reason to go into Waco, it was because of like the charges that he was convincing these families to like let him marry and have these women who are minors or young girls carry his children, and then he had like a multitude.
Yeah, see, brides as young as 12 or 13.
Yeah.
So yes, that is something to definitely get in there and get the guy out. But like, that's not worth burning down an entire building, killing dozens of women and children.
Yeah, like let's go in to save the kids. Well, they're not in any danger anymore.
We could burn the building down. And
just like weeks of psyops and all of this stuff just to try to, pull all of this. Now, can I say I have an idea for how to handle any part of that situation better? No.
Yeah. But hindsight's not 2020.
Yeah, and especially like looking at that, am I saying the ATF was remotely like justified? Fuck no. Am I saying the FBI was somewhat quasi-justified based on like the documentary, or not the documentary, the Netflix series that they released? It shows that negotiations had like more promise, but then you just have these.
Yeah, and
it's like Gulf War medal-hungry generals.
Well, apparently the TV series that came out, because it wasn't originally a Netflix series, it came out on some other channel, but that series apparently was like super sympathetic
towards David Koresh and
towards the Davidians. I mean, it's super easy to do that though.
Well, and like,
I mean, at the end of the day, it's the government killing a lot of people when they shouldn't have.
And what it comes down to a lot of the times when you see these instances is, like I said, Gulf War, like metal hungry generals is what I can compare it to. Just people that want this notoriety of, oh, I had this big takedown, like the current director of the ATF.
Who was involved in the Waco incident?
Yeah, so now he's in charge with making all these rules, and that's something I heavily disagree with. I was talking with one of the guys at work, and I was like, the ATF needs to go away. And he goes, well, the ATF is good. I was like, I'm fucking sorry, what? And he goes, the ATF keeps guns out of the hands of criminals. I was like, no, the fuck they don't.
No, they don't.
They just make rules that are to be interpreted only by them and then local law enforcement. Have you seen that, like Florida and some other states are actually passing bills in their local house to not acknowledge any federal firearms laws?
Can you please figure out if that's true or not? Did you hear that? Let's say that again.
So states, I think it's Florida, and then I think Nebraska is the other one. There's a couple other states. They're passing bills in their house to not acknowledge any federal firearms laws that are currently put in place. And this has to do with HR 127. Because HR 127 is supposed to criminalize a lot of people for just owning normal firearms. It's that magazine capacity ban rolled into an assault weapons ban with all of this. So people who already own AR-15s, they have to tell the ATF within 90 days
of this bill being passed and actually put into law.
like if it passes, they have to tell the ATF, hey, I own this many guns. This is exactly what they are. This is where they're stored in my house and how they're stored in a safe and not. And then that goes to the ATF. And then on top of that, that becomes public information. So your neighbor, you can go and Google, hey, or find their database, and you can find out if your neighbor owns guns, where they are in their house, which basically just becomes public information for who wants to own what.
So
that's HR 127.
HR 127.
Not HTR, HR. Presented by Sheila Jackson from Texas.
Texan put this up?
She's from Texas, right?
All right, so we're looking at congress.gov.
And then I think you can get like almost 20 years just for not declaring to the ATF
that you have
those
weapons.
firearms.
See, and
then if you own 50 cal ammo, you can get like up to 15 or something like that.
All right, so we're looking at congress.gov, and this is talking to us about HR 127. So introduced in the House at the beginning of this year. The bill establishes a process for the licensing and registration of firearms. It also prohibits the possession of certain ammunition and large capacity ammunition feeding devices, so belts.
Belts, magazine, and also 50 cal ammo specifically. So if you already own a 50 cal and then you have the ammo, or let's say you have the ammo and no gun, you can get like 10 years in jail.
Wait, whoa, go back. That's too much. I want the down and dirty. Okay, first the Bureau of the ATF and Explosives.
Yeah, they added that like a few years ago.
Are you still recording? Yeah. Are you good? Okay, so the ATF and Explosions must establish a licensing system for the possession of firearms and ammunition, and a registration system for firearms. In addition, the Department of Justice must establish and maintain a policy available for the database of all registered firearms. And so all that information that you're talking about in that database, all of that becomes public record.
Yeah.
Unless for some reason they make an exception, all of that stuff is public records. Like just like you can look up all the salaries of government employees, how you can look up. I mean, you can find any address you want, pretty much. A voter registration. You can figure out all of these things publicly. Okay, the bill creates licensing requirements for the possession of a firearm and ammunition. The DOJ shall issue such a license if the individual is under 21, or if the individual is 21 years or older, undergoes a criminal background check and psychological evaluation, completes a certified training course, and has an insurance policy. It also outlines the circumstances under which the DOJ must deny a license. The individual was hospitalized with a mental illness. So I'm going to say my part, and you can definitely go ahead and say yours. So I have a few problems with this. The first problem, I don't have a problem with criminal background checks. If you're a felon, you shouldn't have a gun. Sorry.
Well, there's criminal background checks
anyways, right? So you're just stating the obvious. Okay, psychological evaluation. So that is opening yourself up to a huge spectrum of individuals. For instance, I mean, I've been very open about it on the podcast. I'm not ashamed of it. It's just something that apparently I was fucking born with. I'm on antidepressants. So, but even on or off, because I bought a gun before my antidepressant medication began, and I was completely okay. I own my own pistol because of the current laws as of May 1st, fucking 2021. I currently am in possession of legal rifles that are being lent to me. That is legal in New Mexico State right now, and nothing's going on with them. It's not legal? Yeah, it is. Fuck yeah, it is.
Not after July 1st, 2019. All weapons in Mexico need to be transferred.
Yeah, they got transferred to me.
Oh,
Yeah. Oh, don't scare me like that. I was like, ugh. No, but yeah.
I just admitted to felonies.
Oh yeah. Oh no, yeah. Yeah, they were all like, yeah, all the proper documentation and shit was done. Point is, I own weapons. And I do my due diligence. I train with them in the legal spots. I go to fucking Calibers and pay a stupid amount of money and fucking, all that.
Well,
use their range.
what's also fucked up about that? If you've ever had an alcohol or drug addiction and went to rehab for that and you're better now, you can't own a firearm based on this.
Exactly. So that's scary too. And but my point is that I'm bringing up is if they designate people that have a history of taking any antipsychotic, they become a person that can't own a firearm. And that's bullshit.
You want to know what's fucked up, though?
That's a load of bullshit.
Blind people can still own firearms. In New Mexico, I'm pretty sure it's still this way, but somebody who has a medical marijuana card can't own a firearm.
Right.
I don't know if that's changed at all. You would know.
That hasn't changed, right? That's still this, yeah.
So they can't own a firearm. But if I can't fucking see what I'm shooting at, I can still buy one, and that's fine.
Go back to the bill real quick. So, okay, the psychological evaluation thing. Okay, completes a certified training course. Here's the thing with that. I think everyone should be able to be taught how to use a weapon and do these own things. My problem on principle with the government requiring a certified training course, that's basically saying, I'm going to teach you how to use your rights.
That's a driver's course.
Like, that's kind of bullshit, but you don't have the right to own a car.
that's not right.
Yeah.
I'm comparing it to a driver's course.
But there's no right to drive a car. That's not a right. It's a privilege. It's a right to own a gun. So I have a real problem with the government saying, I'm going to teach you how to use your Second Amendment right. In the same respect that I'm eventually going to have a problem with proposed bills about, I'm going to teach you how to use your free speech. Like, I have a problem with that. That's a load of bullshit.
So that psychological evaluation, before you can apply for the licenses or anything, you have to complete that certified training.
Yep.
And it's 24 hours. Yeah, right? 24 hours? 24 hours of training that you have to complete before you can really start getting into this process. The individual in charge of setting the parameters for this psychological evaluation, I forget what case it was exactly, but he demanded that a shooting that went to court get brought back up on the grounds that the guy defending himself, which the court already found, like, yeah, you were well within your rights and you acted within your rights. The court he wanted the case to get reopened to say that he wasn't psychologically fit to possess a firearm. So the court, after like a shit ton of...
What's the guy's name?
I can't remember, dude. It's... Coleon Noir brought it up, but I can't remember the exact name that they bring up. But so he basically just demanded that the case get reopened. So they reopened it, found that he was still psychologically fit, and then even then he was still unsatisfied with that. I forget his...
Well, even if they reopen up the case, you can't do double jeopardy.
Doesn't double jeopardy only apply if you were convicted? And you can't get convicted of the same crime? So because he was not guilty...
But no. It's both ways. It's both ways. If you're found not guilty for a crime, you cannot be...
That's why, what's his face?
OJ?
If the glove don't fit, you must acquit.
No, seriously. Like, you can't be... if they find you not guilty, they can't bring it back up.
Dude, my dad brought it up one day. He was just like, OJ should have been found fucking guilty. I was like, what? And he was like, look, leather over time shrinks. And you mean to tell me OJ's big ass hand didn't fit in that tiny glove because it was exposed to the elements? And I was like, I think you have a point, but I'm also 12, so I'm not sure.
Daddy hides money in the walls because he doesn't trust banks.
Why is this mattress lumpy? It's the bank account.
So we go back
That's
to the
your
bill one
college
more time.
tuition.
Sorry. So the certified trading course. Okay, and the insurance policy. Here's my problem with that. Right, I can barely afford the bills that I've got now. I finally got a job that can cover my bills, but I don't have a whole lot of leeway. I don't have any extra money going around that's going to be able to cover an insurance policy for a fucking right.
I think it's like $200 a month or some shit that it has to be. It's
Yeah, that's
something
not
ridiculous.
that's not happening. I already put my car insurance on my credit card. So, so when you get into poorer communities, people who legally own weapons in poorer communities, and they don't pay their insurance policy, what are you going to do? Confiscate their gun,
Or make him a felon.
or make them a felon, and you confiscate their gun anyway?
Exactly. See, and like when you look at like the 1994 assault
Crime
weapons
bill.
ban that Clinton passed, it had no effect on crime. The murder rate didn't drop. Nothing really got better. One, the violent crimes rate was already on a decline prior to, and that bill led to a bunch of like weird guns being made. Like there's a little M4 looking one. It's like the OA something, OA 13 or 16 or whatever. And it's a really short M16, like this big, and it's like piston operated. It's the system on it's like super weird. I love it though. I want to find one, but they don't make them anymore.
But right.
But like it just led to manufacturers and everything finding ways around. Like if you wanted to buy an MP5 or anything made by a foreign manufacturer the law specifically, it's an import ban on weapons that are used by other countries' militaries. So like you can't buy like a G36 because Germany uses them.
Because Germany uses it, right?
For their military. That's why you still can't like buy like MP5s unless you buy like full parts kits or something like that and you have them ship it to you. So there's all of these rules and everything that are set in place for no fucking reason.
Yeah.
Because ultimately when you look at or you say, so many people a year die by gun deaths. Well, those statistics are absolutely, they're not portrayed correctly. So another thing is like you talk about mental health a lot. This is not a brag, but guys are just better at killing ourselves. Like, and I've seen this personally is men use more violent means. They hang themselves. They use firearms. They do what they know is going to get the job done.
And that's a statistic.
And more commonly, I've seen females, they choose pills, they choose other means where motherfuckers like me get to show up and unfuck the situation. It's a lot harder to unfuck a gunshot wound to the head.
It's true.
I'm not laughing because it's funny. It's
true.
It's shit we see, or shit I see. And so that gets attributed in gun deaths. Is people who
Commit suicide.
No,
No, right. It's a gun death, but like should the mental health problem in this country be evaluated 100%? But like, it's hard to, in my opinion, it's hard to. I mean, can you help out with mental health problems by banning all guns? I mean, maybe, but also like if someone is so intent on doing it, they're gonna find another way to do it than a firearm.
they're going to sit in their garage with their car running and their windows down.
Yeah,
Somebody's going to find a way. And the problem isn't that guns are running rampant in the country. The problem is we don't care. We don't take care of people. A lot of people feel left in the dirt. Now, granted, there are inherently evil motherfuckers in this world.
Well, here's the problem: is we have by a large margin, we have the most guns in the world, in this country, by a large margin. But we're 19th in the world on gun deaths.
That's a per capita statistic, I think, is what they officially brought up. But as far as total, we're still beat out by Brazil.
Yeah, so we're not number one, but we have the most guns by any margin. So anyway, so yeah, HR 127 is a bunch of BS. I mean, what's that first comment on Reddit? This is really insidious shit. In order to be granted a license under this bill, assuming it passes, you will need a psychological evaluation, which will include psychologists interviewing your spouse, ex-spouse, 2 other members of your family to determine your state of mind. This also kind of goes into
Red flag laws.
thank you, red flag laws.
You know what? So my boss brought that against me one time.
Oh wait, look at that. I'm married to a psychologist. This is the person commenting on Reddit. If you could take a screenshot of this, you need to take a screenshot. Windows button print screen. Thank you. I'm married to a psychologist, so I'm confident in the brief that this evaluation will cost a minimum of $2,000, probably more, because they've now vouching for your purchase of a gun. If you've ever committed a crime with it, I'm sure it blows back on them. Plus, it adds the time it takes to arrange the evaluation and access at least 2 other people, assuming you're neither married nor divorced. The most disturbing is there is no legislative definition of the standards established by the Attorney General. So the Attorney General will have a broad discretion to limit the license to people who have absolutely no mental health issues, regardless of whether they have a relationship to gun ownership. ADHD, no gun for you. Anxiety, no gun for you. Oh, you saw a marriage counselor because you and your spouse were working through some stuff? No guns for you. Fuck this unconstitutional garbage and the people who wrote it and anyone who votes for it. Yeah, couldn't say it better myself.
So my former supervisor actually brought some shit up like that against me because I had made a comment at work about like depression, and they were like, "Oh, he's being racist," and it was in regards to like, I just don't like where I'm at. I wish I was still in the military, because I was in the back. I was like, I'd rather be in some podunk fucking country right now than right here. And it was just me being fucking a little sad boy and upset. At no point did I mention harming myself, hurting others, or anything like that. And they took that way the fuck out of context. They were like, oh, he wants to go just like commit war crimes. Like, that's not what the fuck I said. And he goes, you know, if you say anything like that with all this red flag talk, we can bring that up against you. I was like, are you threatening me?
Right.
Or what? And he's like, I'm just saying it's not going for the workplace. I was like, are you trying to like categorize me into something? Because as far as I'm concerned, I did fucking nothing wrong.
Right.
1, I'm having a bad day. 2, I attacked nobody. I went after nobody. I just said I'd rather be doing something else. And this all gets brought up against me. So where am I the fuck up here? And it's laws like that and everything provide certain people with this superiority that they have control over somebody else, and it can just go out of hand. Now, I understand protecting women against their abusers. Yeah. In all senses of that.
Yeah.
I get that. And because, you know, I've seen it firsthand. I've been involved with this. Not me.
Well, no, you being an EMS individual, you've dealt with domestic abuse calls
all the time.
All the time out of that.
And so, you know, dealing with that and understanding that women need to be protected from those who seek harm against them. I'm all for that.
Yeah.
And I'm all for ensuring, and there's actually laws in place that prevent those motherfuckers from obtaining a gun. But guess what? In the same way that they didn't care about the law when they were actually physically assaulting a human being, they probably won't give a shit about the law when they go to try to fucking obtain a firearm.
Well, see, and here's my thing, right? So you bring up the point where, like, the laws don't matter to criminals, because what defines a criminal, right? Well, a habitual criminal, right?
Somebody who breaks the law?
Well, no, someone who's, like, makes a career out of it, or, like, makes a habit of doing it. They obviously don't care. But that's why, like, over the course of this pandemic, I've become a lot more libertarian. And I've become, like, a lot more, like, leave me alone. Like, because here's my thing. And I was having this conversation today with my mother. We didn't get too far into it because she's still very Republican. I mean, do your thing. But, like, when you bring up, you made the statement, we already have laws against X, right? Or these people don't care about the laws anyway, so they're going to do blank. Like, that's the greatest example that I like bringing up, is the most obvious one in my opinion. It's, why did Prohibition happen, right? They made weed and they made alcohol legal, so then you gave rise to like Al Capone and the mob.
Because middle-class white women were bored, and they hated the Irish.
Yeah. So you bring up people and you elevate them, and you allow people like Al Capone and his mob and the mafia to come up and bring up the underground trafficking of alcohol, right? So they're like, okay, murder rates are skyrocketing, arson is skyrocketing, all of these crimes are going through the roof. We're just gonna go ahead and make alcohol legal. We'll leave weed illegal because the basis of these problems is mostly alcohol. And what happened? Murder goes down. Yeah.
And on that, and how long do those mobs last? All the way to like what, the late 90s? Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Isn't that insane?
Just
Yeah.
a huge
So,
increase.
but the point is the grand majority of them went away within 20 years. There were still echoes of them, but the mobs and the mafia were pretty much dead by, well, God, that is a horrible way of phrasing it. By the time that President Kennedy passed away, add maybe 8 years, the mob was pretty much gone.
To the larger capacity that we knew of, but that doesn't mean they're completely.
Well, no, I'm not saying eviscerated, but like the major crimes by them.
I've seen Goodfellas, okay, so I'm an expert in what happens, and they weren't gone yet.
But my point is that you lower murder rates when you take away reasons for people to murder. That's pretty common sense, right? So my whole thing is that's why I think that all drugs should be legal. And I think we brought this up last time a little bit, and I know that I brought it up before. Like the government, and I heard this put very well, and I'm going to use his verbiage by Graham Hancock. He is a
I love him.
yeah, he is a English professor and academic, and the way he puts it, and again, I heard this in a very early old school Joe Rogan episode back when they were still using webcams. It was him, Duncan Trussell, and Graham Hancock, and they're sitting down, they're talking about psychedelics, and they're saying, well, he says the government should not have any say or any control about what you do with your own consciousness. That is your choice. We already have laws against murder, rape, arson, larceny, carjacking. We have laws against all of this. So if someone gets high on fucking mushrooms, acid, heroin, meth, kills somebody, does whatever, charge them on the action of what they were doing, right? Just like with the exception of drunk driving, right, with DUIs and DWIs, which those would still remain in place if you made drugs legal.
If you got high on meth and went and murdered a family, you're gonna get charged
for murder.
on murder.
You get charged on murder. So, like, and it's awesome. Like, there was a speech that was given by Ron Paul when he was running for president. And it was, who was the moderator? Chris Wallace. Chris Wallace is the moderator.
Good old Chris.
And Chris Wallace is the moderator. And he goes, sir, this is obviously not verbatim, but he goes, sir, you would want to make heroin legal. Like, high and mighty. You would make heroin legal. That is not right. And then Ron Paul just goes, okay, by a raise of hands by the adults in the room, if I made heroin legal today, how many of you would try it? No? That's crazy.
Nuts.
Yeah. So when you make all these drugs legal, and I think the real tell is going to be how Oregon progresses, because even now that they've decriminalized everything, their murder rates haven't gone up. Their car crash rates haven't gone up. Like, can you look at Oregon decriminalizing all drugs and the effects of it? See if there's any recorded studies yet.
Well, it's like Poland that I brought up in like 2002 with their decriminalization and how they redirected the money towards rehabilitation programs. The money that you save from sending people to jail, because it cost fucking taxpayer monies to send people to jail for dumb shit. If you get caught with paraphernalia or any sort of drug in any amount that is not strictly in a distribution role or a distribution capacity, you go to jail. That costs money. That costs X amount of dollars a day per individual to stay there, and then the state just is like, fuck it. They can't pay a fine, so we keep them there. That way, so we can keep collecting this taxpayer dollars instead of collecting the fine right away.
And there's a problem inherently. I'll let you continue, but there's a problem when you enter into the field of prison systems, healthcare, and education. When you enter those three fields with the mindset of making a profit, that's when you start having problems. And that's why now it's more clear than ever that there is a huge business and there is a huge money-making opportunity by imprisoning humans in this country.
Yeah.
Where we're supposed to be the most free. But continue.
So with Poland and everything, the specific science experiment that actually like pushed them to do that, it was called Rat Park or something. It was like in 1982. And
Exactly what you're talking about.
because everybody shows like, oh, look at these rats. They get addicted to cocaine. And I was like, yeah, but you have a rat stuck in a fucking cage with nothing else to do. Hell yeah, they're going to rip on some fucking lines. And they're going to party down. They're going to listen to Rick James in the background. They're going to, they're going to do whatever the fuck goes down because that's what's, you give them only one option,
That's the
boredom
only
or
thing
coke
available. Right.
or drugs or whatever. And like, one of the medics that I was working with, we were talking about how like in these small town areas, why they have such a large drug problem is because their restrictive options are either boredom or drugs. And that's ultimately what it comes down to.
Okay, so first of all, I'm gonna finish two of your statements. So the rat experiment they did. So what's important about that though is yes, they took a rat and they put it into isolation and they gave it 2 water bottles. One water bottle had water, the other bottle had cocaine in it. And it drank the water. It's like, all right, I'm hydrated. Took the other one, found out that he could get high off of it and kept doing that and it died. So they were like, oh no, like you said, cocaine's addictive. We need to make it illegal. Okay. But then they took another experiment where they got another rat and they gave it the same 2 water bottles, but they put it in a community of rats. So what did the rat do? Did it do drugs? Yeah, because it made him high. But what he did is he went and got water, went and socialized. Turned around, did some cocaine. Went around, socialized. But he was doing the drugs as the intervals in which he was doing the drugs became larger and larger and larger because the rat realized amongst being with the community the damage that it was doing to itself.
And what that ultimately proved is just socialization.
How was this?
Oh, it's good. It's smooth.
So it's Spirits of the Apocalypse, The Walking Dead, Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey.
It's good. It's an easy drink.
Safe Zone certified.
But ultimately what that proved is when you think of somebody who's addicted to drugs or any sort of substance, alcohol, anything like that, ultimately what does it come down to? They feel isolated in their environment. They don't feel welcome. Individuals with PTSD, they feel like they have nowhere to go. So what do they feel like they have nobody to understand. And that's why like organizations like me and David and all of us support like Vet TV and other things like that reach out to these motherfuckers. Right. These people that feel like they're left behind by their society and their organizations. Ultimately, like with our group of friends and everything that's going on, we've been able to like open up and talk to when it's actually necessary.
Right.
Having that socialization keeps it from this drink becoming a fucking huge problem.
Like a huge problem, exactly.
Huge problem. And or drugs, coke addictions, meth, heroin, anything like that.
Right.
But it's the isolation, and then when you criminalize these people, that's all. That's all they hang out with. So now their groups become smaller and smaller, and it's only around these bad influences.
Yes.
Now, it's not to say that everybody that does drugs, or even anybody that does any hard drugs, is an evil person inherently.
Well, okay,
they're
so
criminalized to make look that way. So then it's like if you call a fish stupid for its ability to climb a tree, they're eventually gonna start believing that. So you keep calling these people fucking criminals. You don't give them any help, and you tell them to go fuck themselves. They're gonna start going down a path where that's all they see.
Well, a great example of that. So bring up Dr. Carl Hart, H-A-R-T, Dr. Carl Hart. Okay, cool. So no data yet. It'll be interesting to see about a year out. But Dr. Carl Hart was an individual that Rogan had on his podcast about like a month and a half ago, 2 months ago, maybe a little longer. And he is someone that is very open about his drug use. He regularly sniffs heroin. He takes a bump, goes to his work, bumps again. This dude's a fucking PhD in like 3 different subjects. Like, but he makes very strong arguments for like, I microdose heroin. See? Okay, just turn off the ad blocker up on the top right. But yeah, he is reload the page. Oh, okay, cool. Admitted heroin. A Columbia professor admitted heroin users says legalization of all drugs is a fundamental right. This is about our liberties, says Dr. Carl Hart. Yeah, so that's him. Yeah, that's him. That's him. Like, hey, what the fuck? Like, Again, it just goes down to like, I don't think it's a good idea for the government to be able to decide what you do with your own consciousness.
And so there's a disorder called Hppd, which is hallucinogenic something disorder. I can't remember the aspect, but it's a disorder where if you take too much psychedelics, yeah, it's fucking good, huh?
So we'll get back to that, but this is quite good. And I'm gonna nerd out really quick. So not only does this, I'm not sponsored by them, but if they see this, hey, it is the font of the Walking Dead comic book and not the TV show that fell off after season 7. You pieces of shit. But on the back of the bottle, it says an apocalypse has swept the globe, causing the dead to rise and feed off the living. In a matter of months, society has crumbled. There's no government, no groceries, no mail delivery, no cable TV. Luckily, there are spirits.
COVID-19.
Now, on the back of every trade paperback of the comic book, it says that, but it says in a world where the dead rule the earth, we're finally forced to start living. It has an entire monologue with a couple extra things, but except for spirits, it talks about that. The Walking Dead's dope. This is some good whiskey.
So that's the actual vaccine for COVID-19. That's going to be what saves you ultimately, not Moderna, Johnson & Johnson, or Pfizer. Good fucking job.
Here. Okay. Let's talk about the aliens.
Oh, I was going to finish up about drugs,
About what?
about drugs.
Oh, right. Yes. Okay, finish.
Oh, but so like inherently, like drugs are something that just humans, any sort of mind-altering substance, it's something that in our history we've always had an involvement with. The Christians with their wine, the Vikings with their mushrooms.
The Christians with their mushrooms too.
Also, yeah, true. It's just one of those things where humans have always been drawn to mind-altering substances, no matter what. South America with ayahuasca, and it's one of those things where we treat it and we demonize it. Like inherently, why is marijuana illegal? It's because the hemp industry was taking over because it was a way more useful fucking product in the 30s. And then the paper industry was like, hey, we still want to be relevant. So then they lobbied, they busted their ass, and then these politicians who had money in paper, who in the lumber and paper industry, decided hemp was going to be made illegal because, and I shit you not, because of the racistness that came across that at that time,
that's a
that
fact.
Mexicans smoked marijuana and it made them evil. And then there was ad campaigns in the 50s that marijuana makes white women fuck black dudes. Yep. So fucking what?
Yep. No, yeah, that's a fact too. And then that kind of feeds in the whole thing about Reefer Madness, right? That movie that came out that's the biggest piece of propaganda at the 30s or the 40s. Look up when Reefer Madness came out. That movie. You ain't gotta record that or nothing. But it's a bunch of bullshit. And like, credit where credit's due. Like I'm not a fan of our governor. I'm not. But weed is finally going to be legal. Like I don't partake in weed. It just doesn't agree with me. Not my thing. But like so 1936 Reefer Madness. Okay. Well, weed is finally going to be legal in New Mexico. And granted, it doesn't become legal until April of 2022, right?
April of 2022, yes.
But like what's awesome about that bill is not only does weed become 100% legal, anybody imprisoned in New Mexico who has a non-violent drug crime relating to weed is released from prison, and they have their record expunged.
They get their lives back.
Oh, okay. Speaking about fucking government corruption, I forgot. Okay, the state police officer incident. Okay, so you guys don't know the backstory about how that happened, about why that guy got fucking led to slaughter.
Oh, that lawsuit that was
yes,
you were talking
the
about?
lawsuit. Okay, fucking rest. Huh? Of what?
Now is not the time to clean your ears, sir.
Okay, yeah, you can look at that while I'm talking. So, okay, so here's what happened. Okay, no, you don't gotta go on my Instagram, dude. It's fine. He's watching it. Okay, so here's what happens. So if you watch, for those of you listening, the police officer's name was Devin Jarrett, right? Can you look it up real quick? I'm pretty sure it was Darren Jarrett, right?
Yeah, Darren. Or Darian. Darian Jarrett.
Okay.
I'm sorry if you fuck up your name. Like, no disrespect.
Yeah, no disrespect. Yeah. So apparently, when you watch the video of him dying, whether it's the censored or uncensored version, what I thought was curious was, so the guy kills the police officer and drives away. Well, maybe 15 seconds passes and those two unmarked vans speed by. That's a really good response time. 15, 20 seconds after that, Homeland shows up. That's real quick. So, as it turns out, the federal agencies, to include Homeland Security, they knew how violent this guy was. They had been tracking him for months. And this isn't like just hearsay. This is coming straight from the attorney of the family, who is the attorney who's defending the family in the lawsuit. Joey, I will send you the video right now because our mutual friend, who I will not name, that is a state policeman, sent it to me. But it's very interesting. So, come on. Okay. So, apparently they knew all about him. It is in your text. So, they knew all about him, and they knew how deadly he was, they knew how violent he was, they knew about his multiple felony history, yada, yada. So, they actually had an opportunity to arrest this guy like a week and a half before the shooting, because they were doing a staged drug deal, and he brandished a weapon. Now, granted, just to like play devil's advocate, right? Okay, I'll turn this down a little bit, and you can kind of like skim through it, Joey, and get to where the attorney's talking about where he's talking about them arresting him prior. Kind of just like skim through it. So he brandished a weapon during the drug deal. They decided not to arrest him. And again, the devil's advocate, maybe they're trying to find a bigger organization. You don't want to take out the little guy, you lose the big guy, right? I have no involvement in law enforcement, but maybe that's just a surface level assumption. Well, the bottom line is they knew how violent this guy was. Skip past all this shit. Skip past like all of that. All of it. I don't want to fucking see this shit. Yeah, skip past like, yeah. Yeah, so back up like 15 seconds, 30 seconds. And this guy talking is, like I said, he's the attorney defending the family.
Okay.
Okay, so that's, maybe you want to rewind a little bit more, and you'll find it. You can stop the recording just to save like fucking data space.
But he makes a good point.
Because we're on a budget. So we'll get to that. No, I'll get to that. So they could have arrested him, like I said, and so they didn't tell him like what was going on. And look, if if the audio is during a part where like literally any of this beforehand, don't even bother recording it. Because I'm not gonna put it in the video. Okay, well, I'm just saying in general. I'm not gonna put it in the video out of respect. But like, they didn't tell. Yeah, you can read the subtitles. They didn't tell the officer what was going on. Sending anybody into a hostile environment without information is bad practice. It doesn't take a fucking rocket scientist to find that out. But aside from the fact that they had the ability to arrest this guy before he was able to kill this police officer, is horrible. So that's why, like, even to this day, so what they were telling him, right? Mm-hmm. So in the day of the incident, they were telling the police officer, okay, you're gonna go stop him and you're gonna pull him over for tinted windows. We know, this is what I believe he said. We know that he has drugs in the vehicle, so you're gonna be able to arrest him anyway. Well, they were tracking this guy as this was happening. They didn't go to back up the police officer. They didn't go to help stop it happen, but they were already tracking the truck.
In this part, he talks about how like the undercover cops 25 seconds later take off out of the truck, and then the medic gets out.
So thank you for bringing that up. So then what happens is after the unmarked vehicles chase after the truck, you have Homeland Security come up, and you see them on the dash cam. Like, skip forward. You see them on the dash cam, and they're all in their fucking cool guy stuff. They've got their tac vests, their long rifles. One of them's a medic, so a bunch of medical supplies, because they knew the threat that they were going up against, but they didn't tell this guy.
Well, and so here's what bugs me. Is so in under a minute, you're able to get on an X. Right at that moment, you see those undercover cops bail, medic pulls up. With all respect to Officer Jared's family, that they show up cool guy, they're hard, fast, and loud and doing whatever they want. In under a minute, they could have absolutely saved his life. And I mean in the capacity of keeping him from ever taking that bullet.
Well, they could have, they should have told him what was going on.
Because you're talking about 25 seconds after.
Yeah, we're good. We're
happens,
we're done with the video.
You're talking about 25 seconds after that happens, they're gone. So before he even gets out of his vehicle,
they should have been ready to go.
They could have already been on his ass.
Yeah, they should have been ready to go.
They could have done so much. And that's where we talk about like massive federal fuck ups on their side of they could have done this, they could have done that, and they withhold. With respect to like the victims of Parkland and everything like that, the FBI had multiple accounts of people saying like, hey, we're kind of worried about this guy, and there's
well, and I hate that I have to say this, but can you pull up which one was the Parkland shooting? Because I forget. I got to be honest.
That was 2019 in Florida. It was when Joe Biden was vice president.
Anyway, but so like my thing is like, again, because I'm gonna try to follow this case as close as I can, but I can already see, because if you watch the video, the police officer, because he notices the handgun, he doesn't see the long gun, the AR, but I think it's an AR-15, but he notices the handgun that the guy has, and he tells the officer, can you please step outside of the vehicle and hand me your handgun? Again, I'm not law enforcement. I'm not remotely in that world. That just seems bad practice. A. B, as the individual, because like again from the dash cam, you see the truck parked on the side of the road, and you see both sides, and you see the guy get out of the vehicle, and he brings out his AR-15, and then you see the state police officer. He's walking back to his unit, to his cop car, and he has his back to the guy. Like Again, I'm not in that world, and I really have no place to judge. However, from anyone that I've spoken to and the multiple friends that everyone in this room has that are in law enforcement, the more you train, the more likely you're able to stay alive. And I just don't see any training unit or any training instructor telling you to turn your back on somebody that you know has a gun. Again, like, I hate playing devil's advocate, but like, I just know that's what the defense of the state, because the state is going to have to bring a defense for themselves so they don't get sued. Right? That's just going to happen. That's not
The ultimate.
that's not, I don't think it's in question. So I know that's what they're going to bring up. And while that may be the case, that's what I'm acknowledging. The fact of the matter is that this entire shooting could have been avoided. All of it could have been avoided. Even if you don't have the incident where they could have arrested the guy beforehand, if they knew the information, they should have let that police officer. Like, how many times do you see here in Albuquerque, there's a traffic stop and you see 3 or 4 cop cars on one car?
Oh yeah.
That's every day.
Oh yeah.
That's every day. And now, whether that's because the situation called for it, because again, we're just bypassers when we see that, right? Whether that's because the situation called for it, or because they know something and they knew this had to happen. You know what I mean?
It all goes to communication, and one thing that I do hate is the feds currently have it up their ass about super secret squirrel shit. They want to be like, oh, whatever we're doing is top fucking tier. Nobody has to worry about that. This is all stuff that we need to know. The feds are handling it. Because don't worry, the government that wanted to launch fake attacks and blame Cuba against its own people.
No, that's
Operation
Paperclip.
Northwoods.
Northwoods, bring that up, please. The one thing I'll say though, the last thing I'll say is watching the uncensored video on YouTube and then watching that news report that we looked at. Most of the comments, and literally one of them straight up said, the guy was like, I hate saying this, but he trusted a Fed.
Yeah, no, that's the most fucked up thing, is trusting the federal government, and especially like a lot of people that are just like, oh, we can trust the government, especially in today's current climate of our current president wanting more government involvement, and saying that more government is the answer to a lot of problems that we're experiencing.
Right, and big government, like, I'm not a fan of big government, but big government was the answer to COVID, and they screwed it up.
Yeah, no, and I kind of follow like the Joe Jorgensen libertarian perspective of this, of big government is supposed to be here when shit really goes fucking nuts.
Like COVID.
But for the most part, we're out of your fucking lives and we're sitting on the side, or not the sidelines, but we're here making sure our people are fucking safe. We're handling all of this when you need us, but we don't need to be up your ass about everything. Like your ability to be a homosexual couple with your AR-15s growing your marijuana plants. We don't need to be up your ass about that.
Right.
And so when you look at shit like this, the CIA in the fucking 60s wanting to blame the Cuban government and launch false flag operations and false flag attacks against its own people. JFK thankfully shot it down. Who, in my opinion, if you were to ask me, JFK is one of the most, not the greatest president ever, but he's been one of the most in recent memory about the American people.
Well, so Northwoods there's an argument, and we can definitely dive into this about why it happened. But Northwoods is a big tell on why Kennedy got assassinated. Now, granted, that's also if you want to get into the camp that the government killed Kennedy and not some crazy guy.
The government did.
The government.
100%.
Yeah, like there's no...
No doubt.
There's like
no fucking doubt.
It's hard to not say that, and like it really sucks. Like before we get into conspiracy theories, I love talking about them and I love putting on tinfoil hats. I was going to actually make tinfoil hats, but like I ran.
I thought about it too.
I ran out of time. But like, cause. So admittedly, in preparation for this episode, I've been watching Joe Rogan number 1255. And for those of you who have not watched Joe Rogan 1255, it is titled Alex Jones Returns. And it is one of the single greatest podcasts I have ever seen. And if either Joe Rogan, Alex Jones, Eddie Bravo, or Young Jamie stumble upon this video, thank you for 1255. Thank you so much. Put it on fucking Spotify. But here's the thing. That's neither here nor there. Here's the thing. And we can actually get into that, to the whole conspiracy behind why all of Joe Rogan's episodes not on Spotify. 'Cause I have a couple theories about that. But like, with that episode, Alex Jones gets into about how Operation Northwoods was the big tell on Kennedy trying to protect the American people from who's running it. If I'm remembering that correctly, because I remember they did another one maybe like 150 episodes beforehand with Alex Jones, where they were talking about how Kennedy. No, it was in 1255, because after this happened and after Kennedy got killed, Bobby Kennedy was trying to do everything that Kennedy didn't want to do. But then when Bobby Kennedy figured out how horrible all of it was and knew that, hey, this isn't the right idea, he got killed too. And like,
it's so, like, no matter what, Illuminati, however anybody wants to see this, one of the things that really put it in a really good perspective for me, and you can turn your ears off for this if you want to, but in playing Assassin's Creed Valhalla, which, great video game, by the way, if you want to pick that up, if you haven't already, but they make a statement where you're trying to find out, like, who the secret order is. And the main character makes a statement, and he goes, it's usually the ones in power who are pulling the strings. And I was sitting there like, he didn't just fucking say that. And then I went through and, like, you follow through the mission, and then you find out, you're like, yeah, it's one of the guys who's involved with pulling the strings, who's been doing all of this shit to elicit those who are in the dark or even still in power, the king at this point, to go one way in his favor based on all the substantial shit that he's doing, i.e. like the war on terrorism and like supplying like other countries with federal funding to just magically go to fucking missiles.
Well, not only you don't even have to bring up that. You could bring up how we stole a bunch of fucking Nazi scientists and created NASA. Yep. Like there's a genuine argument, and we can break all of this shit down real quick or like into detail later, but like there is a genuine argument that Alex Jones does bring up about like NASA, for the longest time, maybe not now, but for the longest time, NASA were the people pulling the strings in our government. Because again, if you want to believe in NASA pulling the strings in the government, you also have to inherently, believe in the breakaway civilizations and the breakaway governments, how they're trying to uplift themselves and their families, and so that when this ultimately gets blown up by everyone shooting nukes at each other, or a fucking asteroid hits, or the sun blows up, or whatever it is.
Ronald Reagan and Gorbachev's secret conversation.
Exactly, right? All these things happen where we ultimately destroy ourselves. They can take us, or they take themselves out and they go to Mars, or they have the interplanetary dimension traveling, or they do whatever information they got from the interdimensional travelers that they have spoken to, they have records of. That's where they go. But a great way to start looking at that, and honestly, after looking into, not outside of obviously a fucking Joe Rogan podcast, but like actually looking into it myself, why are you looking at your email?
Did you know that when we invaded Iraq, we bought like
screen cap that. Just screen. You don't have to record it. Just screenshot it. The Windows print screen.
But like when we went into Iraq, we bought a bunch of like ancient Sumerian texts for, I think it was like $3 billion at the time, or something fucking.
Well, that's why. Well, that's okay. So, but I know what you're gonna say, but that's the same reason as why when it came out, the Dead Sea Scrolls were recovered. Why we put so much money into getting them.
It's kind of like that whole secret order shit of whoever's running the fucking show, whoever the true puppeteer is on their fucking bullshit 24/7 point. And like when you talked about that fucking screenwrite idea of like the ghost in the army or whatever, and like I pitched that idea about like the whole true evil and like the Nazi scientists and everything, which we could talk about that in a later episode.
Yeah, I was talking about that here. Fuck it, time.
But just talking about like how there's true evils at work that nobody fucking understands. And there's a whole deeper meaning for a lot of other shit. Like, you can sit there and be Dom with the fucking refrigerator screen just going, it's a simulation. They're like, I don't know, we fucking broke him. Whatever your your vice is in trying to pass through this fucking day-to-day hellhole.
Well, so like here's my thing when it comes to modern.
Oh, that's cool. I wasn't done.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were sorry.
But no matter like what it is like to get you through, there ultimately is something
Bigger.
larger at this case. And that's going to go into a topic that I can cover about religion that I've been talking to these two fucks about a whole lot lately, involving a bunch of bullshit, but we can cover that later. But it's no matter how you have to justify what way or the other is, there's always one thing that's ultimately behind it. It just goes by different fucking names.
Mm-hmm. No, for sure. And like, so as far as modern conspiracy theories go and theorists, the amount that I have looked into them, the biggest name right now is Alex Jones.
And that's another coin for the Alex Jones was right jar.
No, seriously. Like, here's my problem: is he eccentric? Sure. Does he have mental health problems? 100%. But here's the thing, right now. Like, here's the thing. So yeah, so he has admitted multiple times. He's admitted that like as a child, right? He has had sleep apnea. Now, science backs up. Look up real quick. Sleep apnea simulating DMT. So
What?
So there is science that shows that sleep apnea, it results in low oxygen lower simulating DMT effects. How low oxygen levels get to the brain. This prolongs, the brain starts secreting small amounts of DMT. Alex Jones multiple times has said on air that his dreams in his adolescent years going into his adult life, like 18 legal adult life, his dreams have been absolutely corrupted by these micro DMT trips that give him night terrors. So he's been living through all this, right? So he's already having fucked up dreams. Okay, he's pretty much bred with fucked up mental states. Then he decides to dedicate his life, his recent adult life, let's say the past 25 years, to looking into conspiracy theories and figuring out what's actually going on in our civilization, what's actually going on with our government, going through all these things. And then he makes a very false claim about Sandy Hook. And for those that are watching or listening, what he got wrong about Sandy Hook was that he was saying that Sandy Hook was staged, and that there's a possibility, he was saying there's a possibility that Sandy Hook was staged, and there's a possibility that Sandy Hook didn't happen. But the reason he was saying that is because a bunch of people were sending him conspiracy theories showing evidence that at least brings up a conversation, let alone an argument. But that gets changed by the far leftist media. It gets changed to Alex Jones, conspiracy theorist, says Sandy Hook never happened. And then that gets elevated to Alex Jones sends devout listeners to harass Sandy Hook victims. And then so people who are watching these headlines and reading these headlines, they go out and they do these things. So that drives the poor guy crazy. And then not far after, all of these conspiracy theories that he's talking about, that he's been talking about, end up coming true. For instance, Operation Northwoods, Operation Paperclip, the fact that the government has been trying to get human and monkey embryos and testing on them and bringing them to light and using them in science. That's real. The fact that the government recently, especially in recent history, starting mainly in the LA riots, send in government agents to peaceful protests to make the peaceful protests violent protests, so then the law enforcement can come in and the federal law enforcement can come in and the National Guard comes in to break them up and kill people, breaks up protests, so that they're not technically infringing on the right to protest, but they're breaking up a violent mob, a violent riot.
A perceived violent riot.
A perceived violent riot, and now it's broken up. These are, and a plethora of others. Can you look up real quick while you're doing that? I'm sorry. Can you look up real quick what was Alex Jones right about? No, seriously. There's a fucking laundry list.
So this brings up...
But let me finish.
Okay.
So he starts finding out that all of these things are real, but people can't let him off the hook for the one thing, and now he's a crazy man. Like the poor guy. You know what I mean? But like this shit that he was right about Smith's
Bohemian Grove.
Bohemian Grove. Thank you. Okay, so so for people who don't know what Bohemian Grove is, Bohemian Grove is if people have watched season 5 or 6 of House of Cards, there is a segment where Kevin Spacey goes into the woods in a black hood with a bunch of other politicians,
kids around?
and they burn a bunch of shit at a stake, and they're doing all these weird rituals, and they're all having a good time. That's based off of a real thing called Bohemian Grove, where all these politicians, they go out and they fucking burn this thing at a giant stake like it's the goddamn Burning Man, and then they...
Basically, like, think of it as like the Illuminati pictures that you saw back in like middle school and like
But
freshman
real.
year of high
But-
school.
but real.
And then all these politicians took a fuck ton of drugs and then just
they're
fucked
real.
each other, and it's a real
and
thing.
then the big thing is, this at least got me thinking about it. The big thing is, hey, people listening, or at least for the time being, don't sign your organ donor cards, because there are records of people or of doctors either delivering babies, saying the baby couldn't live or couldn't whatever. They keep it. They tell the mother it's dead, and then they siphon off the baby for stem cells, or they end up giving up the baby for testing and it ends up dying. Or they have people who go into a hospital and they're like, oh, well, we could resuscitate, they could save, but we need to get these organs, so we're going to let this person die. That's a real thing that's happening that he's saying is real for the longest time that nobody believes. Stop right there. Okay, Bohemian Grove. We'll just jump on this real quick. In the woods of California, some of the most powerful people in the world meet to perform mock rituals in front of a massive stone owl. It sounds insane, but it's 100% true. Can you find some pictures after I'm done reading this? 100% true. And Alex was one of the first people to bring it to the attention to the club. Alex Jones is a group of documentary makers and notoriously broke into Bohemian Grove, filming the cremation of care ritual while many rich and influential people were in attendance. Now, with Windows, you can make like the two tiles.
It's funny because this
Right?
started with like one of the Drake albums and like all of his shit into like the fucking owl that he uses constantly.
Yeah.
But so like,
Oh, speaking of Drake, Pizzagate. I'm sorry, but like, okay, so we'll get to that. Look at Bohemian Grove and find me a couple pictures to put in. And then on the other tile, can you please look up who showed up to Bohemian Grove? Just so we can get a fucking list of people. Because again, I want to be right as humanly possible, so this doesn't come and bite me in the ass. But like, Pizzagate.
fake news.
It became out this whole thing that Drake had that pizza tattooed on him, and it was awfully similar to symbols that they were using and symbols that the FBI had on documentation for pedophilia. And then Drake got caught up with that 13-year-old.
Chrissy Teigen with saying there's nothing better than like waking up with ranch dressing on you or some shit like that, and involve at like hashtag Pizzagate, or it was hashtag something.
I didn't know about that.
Yeah, I love pizza, and it started like this whole deal with like Chrissy Teigen and a bunch of tweets that were oddly suggestive.
All right, let's investigate this, team. Go ahead and bookmark that picture real quick for me. Click on, yeah.
Well, yeah, that was the
No,
picture
no,
that
no.
like showed up a lot in like fucking
Like,
middle school and
Blow
high
it
school.
up, blow it up like you had it. No, like, or you could save it. Oh yeah, and then go to the star to your left and save that to podcast. No, like the folder. Yeah, podcast. Okay, and then so let's look into Pizzagate. So let's like. Oh, God, these
But like back to like these influential people and like the human trafficking numbers and everything that keep going up. And what was it? What was that? Shipping area with like the drawers and everything and the kids. Do you remember?
It's not Wish. It's not Wish.
Oh, this is gonna drive us fucking nuts.
Oh.
When you go to order your drawer and there's a kid in there or something.
Yes.
Like a bunch of memes came out about it.
Yeah. Okay. Well. So wait. Go up. Open up another tab. Close out what we're not using, but open another tab. Just look up Pizzagate. So let's start this from the beginning. I want to start this.
Chrissy Teigen stuff.
Right. No, but I want to start this from the beginning about what Pizzagate was, who was involved. We'll get into Drake with his tattoo, get a picture of the tattoo. I want to break this down as much as humanly possible so we don't miss anything. But you're right. So there was the website where you could order. It was borderline bootleg products,
It was like a bunch of kind of like knockoff IKEA furniture.
like hyper
I
discounted.
cannot fucking remember the name.
Wish.
No.
It wasn't Wayfair.
Wayfair.
Was it Wayfair?
Yeah. When you order like your Wayfair drawer or something like
Yes, it was Wayfair. Okay, right. Okay, so Pizzagate conspiracy theory. Can you zoom in a little bit? This successfully discredited by a wide range of organizations. In 2016, the personal email account of Podesta Clinton, who was Clinton's daily manager, was hacked in a spear phishing attack by WikiLeaks.
Good old WikiLeaks.
One of the establishments was allegedly involved in the Comet Ping Pong Pizzeria. Okay, so basically what was going on in this pizzeria in Washington, D.C. was it was a main hub for human trafficking of young women for sex slaves for the government. And then, because of the Hillary Clinton connection, all of the people that they were trafficking, a grand majority of them would end up getting, it's like a fucking, like cinematic universe of pedophilia. Like, it is.
It's like the MCU for fucking weirdos.
No, seriously, because then a bunch of people that they would traffic would get shipped out to Epstein's Island, and they would get abused there. But so wait. So then, before we get into that, so with Pizzagate, look up Drake's pizza tattoo. Then we'll get into Chrissy Teigen. Because it was Drake, right?
I don't. There's nothing that I see, although.
Who?
I don't know if it was Drake.
Look up celebrity pizza tattoo.
It's gonna be some chick with like a pizza on her fucking ass. Oh yeah, that helps. Thank God for the Ninja Turtles domino pizza.
I could have sworn it was Drake.
Drake, we know it's you.
Anyway, so jump to Chrissy Teigen. So why is Chrissy Teigen relevant?
So she started posting like a bunch of weird fucking tweets. I'm going to jail over pizza. Seeing little girls do the splits half naked is just ... I want to put myself
Record all
in
this,
jail.
please, so we can put it in the... Yeah, okay.
And all this, where's the one about like ranch dressing or some shit?
Whoa, wait, go up. Whoa. No, wait. No, okay, so I just saw a baby. Okay, that's weird. Go down. I'm bored. Really want to watch rich kids. What? I really want to watch rich kids give birth. Where can I watch teens giving birth? MTV. I mean, that doesn't sound like it makes sense, but I'll try. What is wrong with this woman? This is back in 2011.
Oh,
It always weirds me out how strong little toddlers' tummies can lurk. I mean, I am aware of how absolutely disturbing that sounds. Hashtag TCAP.
a belly and a shirt with a small, sexy toddler on it saying "#1 duh RT Chad Kramer." What does a guy wear to a toddler and tiara's party? Cleanest best picture to have sex with a 13-year-old girl up until that.
What the fuck is wrong with this person?
See, so it goes back to like one thing I wanted to bring up was nobody is immune to propaganda, no matter what side you're a part of.
Did you kill it, Joey? Yeah.
So nobody in the world is immune to propaganda. Yet the majority of our world and everything that we consume comes from motherfuckers like this. The top, and I'm not even going to say the top 1%, but the top most influential sons of bitches in the world. Not due to money, but due to strict influence on their own. So when you look at all of this shit and how they spread their political messages, what they're about, X, Y, and Z, front, left, and center. No matter what, be it what side of the political argument you're about, you will always be subjected to this. And no one is immune to it unless they are fully conscious of it. And it takes a whole lot to be fully conscious of this. And a lot of people, like, you see, like I brought up the Illuminati thing. A lot of people were very conscious that was going on, like, oh, Drake or all of these guys are the Illuminati. George Bush with his fucking skull and bones and Dick Cheney shooting a guy in the face. Like, all that
so
nuts
Skull
stuff.
and Bones. So Skull and Bones was a club at
Yale.
Dartmouth.
I thought it was Yale because that was where
Look up the Skull and Bones Club, please.
I think Bush went to Yale, didn't he? He
Was
was
Bush-
a cheerleader at Yale.
Was Bush a part of Skull and Bones?
Yeah.
But not senior. Bush
Junior.
like 9/11 Bush.
George W. Bush.
Yeah.
The guy who was reading like the Ugly Duckling on 9/11.
Okay, so the Skull
Yeah.
and Bones was the Order of the Order 322, Order of the Brotherhood of Death, is an undergraduate secret society at Yale. You're correct.
That's the tweet from Chrissy Teigen.
Okay, so this, again, just pizza being like a, so before I read this specifically, so the FBI, I remember reading this, the FBI released a set of code words to the public so that if they saw it on YouTube comments, they saw it in 4chan Reddits, or 4chan threads, subreddits, they released a list of code words so they can know that if it's like a pedophile thing or it's like drugs, guns, whatever it is. And pizza meant little girls. Yeah, pizza was code word for little girls. So this Chrissy Teigen tweet is from, it's at almost 1 a.m. on August 5th of 2012. I woke up this morning. Can you look up how old Chrissy Teigen is so we can get like a timestamp of how old she is right now? I woke up this morning with pizza on my chest and ranch dressing all over me. So if you think I'm too good for this, you're sadly mistaken. So how old is she right now?
Are there any hashtags involved with that?
So 30, no hashtag. So she's 35. So, oh goodness, math is hard. 19. All right, so she was 27 when she posted this. So, not pedophilia, but at least according with her. With on her specifically, that's just weird. That's weird.
It's an odd coincidence. Let's put it like
Yeah.
at the very. If you were to like bring that down to the absolute minimum, it is a substantially odd fucking coincidence.
Can you make them side by side on the screen so I can keep reading the Skull and Bones thing? Okay, so
So have you ever seen the Will Ferrell stand up? You're Welcome, America.
yeah,
In like 2008.
the last night was George Bush.
Yeah, it's specifically the title of it is "You're Welcome, America,"
Oh, okay.
and it's right after Obama got elected. And he's like, "I handed off the office to the Tiger Woods guy." And it's the dumbest shit. But he makes a joke about Skull and Bones and like walking down on like Dick Cheney with like, I think it was like getting butt fucked by like a goat demon. Speaking a language that had been spoken in 1,000 years. Like something really stupid. But just like, he makes a joke like, I used to always walk in calling it Skull and Boners. And,
So go to the contents and then go to unanswered media questions.
and then Family Guy touched on this with Chris getting into private school. And
Unanswered media questions. You just passed it.
it was like an Eyes Wide Shut party where it's just a bunch of these old guys that are a part of a fucking organization that's secretly running the fucking show.
Well, and again, that's when you start getting into stuff like breakaway governments and like how our government isn't like really in control. It's just people within the government that have put themselves in places of power. They start associating themselves with other people in government across the world, and they are starting to collaborate so that they can move off the planet.
So what I sent this to Joey earlier so he can look it up. And this is what I wanted to talk about, how America, we talk about, oh, it's a democracy. Well, technically, we're a fucking republic.
We're a republic, a democratic republic.
But since 1976, in the case of Buckley v. Vallejo, and this goes into what also the 2010 Citizens United decision. It ultimately determines that money is a form of speech. And by our First Amendment, money cannot be regulated in political investments from that because it's a freedom of speech, which starting in 1976 began our descent into oligarchy, meaning a small few of the population runs the fucking show.
Okay, so Buckley v. Vallejo was a landmark decision in the U.S. Supreme Court on campaign finance. A majority of justices held that limits on election spending in the federal election campaign of 71 are unconstitutional in a per curiam by the court opinion. They ruled that the expenditure limits, oh my God, what is that word?
Contravene the First Amendment provision
Oh my God, my
on
eyes
freedom of
suck.
speech because a restriction on spending for political communication necessarily reduces the quantity of expression. Basically, with those two, with the 2010 Citizens United decision and Buckley v. Vallejo, it's technically not illegal to buy an election. Technically. Because money is a form of freedom of speech.
Wait a minute. Wait. It limited disclosure provisions and limited the FEC's power. Justice Byron White dissented in part and wrote that Congress had legitimately recognized the unlimited election spending as a, quote, moral danger against which effective preventative and curative steps must be taken. Extended by Supreme Court further cases. Okay, but that doesn't tell me that it's okay to buy an election.
No, that goes into the 2010 Citizens United decision.
We'll look that up, please.
But ultimately, what Buckley v. Vallejo initially stated is that campaign finance is a form of freedom of speech.
Okay, so then we get into this. On decision in January 10th of 2010, can you zoom in, please? The court issued a 5-4 decision in favor of Citizens United that struck down the BCRA's restriction on independent expenditures from corporate treasurers as a violations of the first of fuck. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, so ultimately,
basically,
don't get me wrong. This has good and bad implementations. The good implementations are people like Joe Jorgensen or anybody like that. There's no limit on how much they can raise to help get their voice out there when we talk about the little guy. However, when the common argument is brought up that, like, oh, why did you guys elect Joe Biden as president? Because he's the same old white guy that you guys say that you don't fucking want involved with our political system. And you had Pete Buttigieg, Andrew Yang, Tulsi Gabbard, Kamala Harris. You had these young minority or...
Well, Kamala Harris made it in, and she's going to be our president by the end of this term.
Yeah. But so when situations like this get brought up and are descent into oligarchy, meaning there's somebody behind, be it through lobbyists, through whatever, somebody's running the fucking show. Or a very small, not just somebody individually, but a very small group of decisions are running the show.
Okay, well, here's something important. Okay, so in this page it says Mitch McConnell commented on the decision, arguing that represented an important step in the direction of restoring First Amendment rights. By contrast, President Barack Obama stated that the decision gives special interests, quote, gives special interests and their lobbyists even more power in Washington. And that's coming from Obama.
Yeah. Yeah. So that interest doesn't protect the campaign finances that somebody like you or I may give to a libertarian or to a green tea party politician or anything like that. That only gives special interest to this top 1% that everybody's against. And, you know, you look at the Biden capital gains tax. You want to know who actually supports that and, like, a lot of Biden's tax plans? Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, and, like, the top 1%.
Well, here's my
Your
theory.
top 1%.
Well, here's my theory on that is because, and I was having this conversation with Evan because obviously him and I are trying to like make our moves, whether it's with cryptocurrency or with real estate. And now with this capital gains tax, look, the people at the top, it's like what, 37%, 42% capital gains tax. Something. Can you look up President Biden's capital gains tax, real quick? It's one of those two. It's like
I think it was 34.
okay, it's something high. The point is, that's not going to do a lot of damage to the people on top
No, it's not.
because they've made it. But for people like us, they're trying to get there. That's keeping us.
It keeps the greater separation because let's say
Yes.
you're a small business, and because I think where it's set is above $400,000 or something, or like close to $1 million. So anybody who makes like $1 million in a year, but let's say I own a small business and I make that $1 million. Well, I'm in a small business, I'm making $1 million, but I'm not profiting strictly on myself. I don't have $1 million in my bank account.
Yep.
At best, I have $275,000 because I'm paying workers. I'm paying all of
if
these,
you're lucky.
I'm paying all of these taxes on top of that. I'm paying my land tax, my property tax, all of my bills to keep the fucking lights on, keep all the shit, pay my
And
workers.
that's excluding your home bills.
Exactly. So now you're getting taxed again on top of that. So let's say I did make $275,000. Again, I don't own a small business, so I can't give these numbers directly. Well, now it gets chopped down. The life I'm used to living, and people are like, "Oh, you make $275,000." It's like, yeah, I make that. Like that's what I have to myself at the end of the year.
And then here's my problem though with people who, because that is a very like common argument, right? That's my problem with it is people say, "Oh, well, you made all this money." It's like, yeah, but I also took the huge risk of opening a small business.
Especially now because of COVID, that's all for nothing. For some people, that's all for fucking nothing.
Yeah.
And this capital gains tax, if Jeff Bezos and all of these guys at the top were to ultimately make their nut, as Taco from the league would put it.
Yeah.
They make their nut, and you want to charge them whatever? Well, that's fine, because guess what? They already afford the best fucking tax attorneys in the country. So they found every loophole that exists. They pay nothing. And most of these businesses actually do pay a lot in fucking taxes.
Right.
Ultimately, they do.
And then, but what makes the media surprisingly is the people like Netflix and Amazon. I think Walmart was a part of it too, where they weren't paying any taxes for like 3 or 4 years straight.
So, what's her bucket? AOC. She brought this up. Like, oh, in the 50s, there was a 90% tax rate. Well, I forget the exact page, but they talked to a couple tax attorneys. And they're like, nobody paid fucking 90%. And he goes, here's why. Because the 90% was set towards like that upper half that was making a lot of money. And because they can afford the best tax attorneys, because they can afford the best people to find all these loopholes, that's why they have donations. Like McDonald's, when they ask you to donate to the St. Jude's Children's Foundation, I would much rather, as myself, give my money directly to St. Jude than give it to McDonald's so McDonald's can give it to St. Jude. Because let's say McDonald's makes $1 billion a year, right?
Yeah.
Over $1 billion.
No, this is a known thing. This is why companies like McDonald's, Walgreens, CVS, that's why they do it.
And they make all that money. They collect your donation out of the good of your heart. And please don't ever stop fucking donating to organizations that truly fucking need you. If you can.
Donate it directly.
But donate it directly to the organization itself and claim it for yourself, because these larger fucking businesses use your goodwill to claim a net loss on their fucking taxes. It goes the same thing for McDonald's having a downed ice cream machine. They expand that over a 5-year time frame, and they only use it for 2. They still report a fucking a net loss, but they gain.
They blame it on the manufacturer of the machine, right?
Yeah, and there's all of these back alleys that they're capable of taking because of the lawyers that they have to point them in the right direction. You, me, both of these guys, we don't have access to that. Me and David were lucky to have somebody that actually did help us to the best of his capability. Now, granted, we did have to pay him, but help us to the best of best of his capability to get us our best tax return. Dude, facts. Stock Coyote. Thanks, buddy. But for the most part, a lot of people don't have somebody fighting for them. Like, you look at TurboTax. They spend, I think it was like $1.4 trillion or something fucking ridiculous to lobby to Congress to keep them going, basically where TurboTax kind of tricks you into paying or not getting your full amount. Yeah, right?
Wait. Okay. So
Look up TurboTax lobbying.
So it makes sense to me that if you're paying for a service, you're not going to get your full tax return.
Even if you use the free one. They have.
I've never used I've never used TurboTax. I use Credit Karma, so I've never used them.
So, yeah. So TurboTax has been lobbying a shit ton of fucking money.
So this is a .org site. Inside TurboTax's 20-year fight to stop Americans from filing their taxes for free.
If you don't make a whole lot of money and
Please capture this, Joey.
and your net return isn't something fucking insane, then TurboTax isn't fucking horrible. I'll admit that. When I first started working and I first started filing on my own and I wasn't making massive amounts of money, TurboTax wasn't horrible because, again, what I was getting back wasn't a huge difference. But mind you, as of right now, I work 72 hours straight.
Right.
I'm gone for 3 days.
Right. Yeah.
And then I come home.
Yeah.
I think in this past year, I made $43,000. And that's without taxes. With taxes included, I think I was somewhere at like $34,000 that I actually got to see. On top of that, I work 2 jobs.
Right.
So I have my other job for a hospital here, and with both of those, my taxes that were taken from me were $10,000, $10,000 plus. It was a little bit over. Now that money, that $10,000, I'm only seeing $2,000 back.
Right.
Now, granted, okay, government spends it on whatever. I like the idea of Social Security because when I'm fucking old, and I've been paying a shit ton of fucking money into this, I want somebody to fucking take care of me, right? But thank God to Congress and all those assholes on Trump impeachments, not to mention the shit ton of fucking money they borrowed back in like the fucking 80s, 90s, and still today, and them taking that fucking money from me, and then I get $37 and an EBT card? What the EBT? I get an EBT card? What the fuck?
You won't be on an EBT card.
Dude, for legal reasons, this is a joke, but I'd much rather start a lightsaber than have to deal with that bullshit. Holy fuck.
The fucked up part is you're gonna have a fucking EBT card when you retire, bro.
Dude, and that's why...
No matter how much, like, unless we fucking strike it big, like anyone who retires in this country anymore.
Have you seen the global debt? How the fuck... I'm not going to do that. How the fuck do we owe money to ourselves? Look up the global debt.
No, I know
something
the...
like
Wait,
22
no.
something.
No, I know the answer to that. So... Oh my God, I know the answer. Sober me knows the answer.
How do we owe more money than we can make?
No. It's a well, because like, okay, so the easy answer is just like the global debt is all the countries put together.
Yeah.
Because we're all in debt to each other, and it's just this
Exactly.
like revolving door of bullshit. But
God, those are numbers my stupid little brain can't comprehend.
so right now the global debt the debt for the United States is, of course, we're number one by a large margin. We're at
China.
We're at 28 trillion, 237 billion, 157 million, $700,000 in debt
Climbing.
and climbing.
Dude. So when you think of like...
Hey, so it has like the green bracket, right?
Yeah.
What's that right? Red.
GDP, gross domestic, or GDP,
I don't
how
want-
much we're currently fucking making.
I don't want to stick my head in your frame, but because I can't fucking
Stick
see.
my head in your... So that's how much money we're actively like making is what it looks like.
But here's the thing though, right? Is so the big, and actually credit where credit's due. John Oliver brought a good point up about this in one of his recent exposés he did. So The big fear, especially going into the pandemic with the different stimulus packages where we got like the 12 and the 6 and then the $1,400.
And how much money didn't come
Well,
to
right,
the American
that's a
people?
whole different issue, right? But the big fear was that with these big spending packages, you hear about the billions, and then finally with the last two, the trillions of dollars that are going to be spent, right? The big fear was that we were going to go into a deficit, and then we crash because that's what happened to Greece. But we're in a deficit right now. Like, we have finally entered into a deficit where we can't make enough money to pay back our debt, right? Because the idea of the debt is that you could make, like, to really dumb it down as far as I understand it, the debt that we were in prior to 2019, right? Let's say you had your credit card and you owe a minimum payment of $200 a month. Okay, well, with the amount of money that you're making a month, in theory, you will be able to pay that $200 a month. That means that however you're making your money, you're making $200.01 a month, right? You're making the minimum payments. You're in moderate credit, they call it, good credit, whatever it is, so that eventually you pay off your debt. To be into a deficit means that you need to pay that $200 a month, but you're making $199 a month. The United States has now entered the stage where if we had a minimum payment, we can't make it anymore, but our economy still didn't crash. Now, granted, I don't remember the answer. And I'll be sure to, if I remember when I'm editing this, I'll link the John Oliver expose in the description. Or at least in the blog. Check out onlykingsmedia.com for blogs.
Shameless plug.
Now, granted, I am behind like 3 episodes, but sorry, Jay. But we have great blogs on onlykingsmedia.com. We have a website. But the point is that we have now entered a stage where we can't make back that quote unquote minimum payment. But our economy still didn't crash. Granted, are we
Because we made it up.
Okay, so that's a theory, right? Is because only like 28 to 32% of our money is backed up by actual gold, and the rest of it is numbers on or just pixels on a screen. Like, for instance, right, for me, right? Let's say I had $500 in my bank account. I could walk into the bank and pull out $500, no problem. Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, DJ Khaled. Shouts out to the new DJ Khaled album.
You
Loved
played
it.
yourself.
Loved it. Loved the album.
Do you think he says that when he's sitting in his room, like alone, like playing his own album? He's like, you played yourself. Just staring in a mirror.
Fuck yes, he does. I'll get to DJ Khaled later. But those guys who have a shit ton of money, they can't walk into a bank and go, I would like to pull out $1 billion, please.
Oh, fuck no. That bank would be like, you're on drugs, dude.
Like, they can't, or like, even not even a billion. They can't walk in and be like, hey, I'd like to pull out $22 million, please. My bank says I have it. Give me $22 million. They can't go to, I would wager they couldn't go to the Federal Reserve and do that, right? Just because of how fickle our money is.
Did you see at the start of like this pandemic with like the second bill where they wanted to propose, I think it was like $5 trillion or some shit? The former chief of the Federal Reserve was like, we can't fucking do that.
Right. No. The chief of this is the first time in recent American history where the public, first of all, goes, we have a chief of the Federal Reserve? But then, further past
That's
that,
a position you can get.
yeah, further past that, they're like, yeah, he's right. We're running out of fake money, guys.
Well, see, and like you talk about like, or not you, but most people talk about like socialist programs and a lot of shit.
The proverbial you.
Yeah. And a lot of people talk about like, oh, we could pay for healthcare, we could pay for education in full. And then like through this pandemic, we spent like close to $5 trillion just on stimulus bills alone.
Right.
That's not including.
Can you look that up real quick? How much have we spent on stimulus packages?
Now,
I don't think
that's
it's 500 trillion.
It's close to.
There's no way.
Because first one was like.
Because there was only like
2.4 was the first one.
Right, but there's no
And
way.
then 900 billion, which is, so let's round that up to fucking
Fine,
a
3
little
trillion.
over 3. And the second one was, I think, 1.8.
Okay, so now you're at 5. Let's round up a little more.
So it's
you're at 5.
closer.
So 5 trillion is not close to 500 trillion, buddy.
Oh, did I say 500?
Yes.
I have a mental disease.
2.4 trillion in funding. See what that means to the national debt. And now this is going off of USA Today. Say what you want about it.
On May 8th of 2020. That's not including Biden's plan.
No, it is. Fourth relief bill. That's what Biden put in.
There was a fourth?
Yeah, that's what we just did. It's the American Family Act.
No, so actually, I have something about that with the American Families Act.
You know what I'm talking about, though, right? Okay, so while you're
What
looking
he
that up, let me
acknowledged.
just I'm gonna because people laugh at me. People have been laughing at me in our group chat. Actually, when I say I can't wait for the new DJ Khaled album, here's why I like DJ Khaled while he's looking up stuff. That dude, if you want to make this a little more lighthearted before we go more into our debt, if you want like super inspirational, borderline walking, he's the dude's a walking meme.
We have the best music.
Yeah, the keys. Like looking at that guy. Like, if you, like, obviously him as a person right now is hilarious. It's funny to look at, makes a lot of money, has a huge house, whatever. But for me, what makes it inspirational is look up, like, can you pull this up, Ashley, real quick? Can you, like, delete everything we're not looking at, the Citizens United and the Buckley stuff? But, yeah, stay on that for sure, but, like, all the past tabs. But, like, if you look at DJ Khaled, do you need to pee?
No, I'm grabbing.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. But, like, if you look at DJ Khaled when he first started, and please find a picture of, like, early DJ Khaled. He's playing really shitty bars, really shitty clubs. He's not doing a whole lot, but he's fucking trying, right? And what's most important is that whole idea, like, fake it till you make it. He's playing the part. He knows he's talented. He knows that he can do all these things, and he's just fucking pumping it, right? He's working, he's grinding, and then finally, I believe he made his break with Rock Nation through Rick Ross's little company that's going on, his little producing level. Yeah, look at that. Yeah. That right there. That's what DJ Khaled came from. He's not, you look at him, he's not who we're looking at right now. But you know that he's playing the part, and that's what matters.
About that, though, is that's a motherfucker that knew nobody was there to save him.
Exactly. No, exactly. So he's somebody who's continuously working. He's pumping at it, and then, but what I think is genius about because DJ Khaled's a label, right? It's
For the most part, yeah.
It's a label. It's a brand, right? That's a better way to put it. It's a brand. But what I think is genius about him is he doesn't like he's not an artist. He's a producer, like in the strict definition.
Yes.
In the strict definition of he's an artist in his craft, but in the strict definition of like an iTunes sorting, right? He's the guy that makes the album. He makes a track. He produces the beats. But he has garnered so much respect in the industry, and he's garnered so much goodwill through all these people like Busta Rhymes, Diddy, Rick Ross, Drake, and honestly Justin Bieber. Like he's able to garner this brand where he can attract artists that are well respected. Like on his previous album to Khaled, he oh god, what was the last album? It was can you look up his last album before Khaled? I feel shitty for not remembering it. But one of his first tracks on that album is Beyonce and Jay-Z. What other album has Beyonce and Jay-Z on an album, on a track? Father of Assad. No, it's not. No, it's Grateful. I'm sorry, I was mistaken.
From 6X.
Yeah, so Grateful, right? The one with his firstborn son on the album, Grateful. That has, I believe, Shining. The second track, really the first track, because the first one's an intro. The first track has Beyonce and Jay-Z, two of the most popular and successful recording artists of all time. Of all time. Has them on what's really his first track, right? And then, what I think is super interesting is not only does it have all this goodwill with these artists able to make these amazing songs, he brings the absolute best out of these rappers. For instance, 21 Savage, which, respect to 21 Savage, but like when he got deported to England, when 21 Savage got deported to England, I was like, dude, I'm sorry you're leaving America to diet America, but like that kind of sucks.
Oi, mate, I'm gonna overthrow your government.
Sir 21 Savage.
Dude, all the memes that came out of that were fucking fantastic.
So like I was never a fan of 21 Savage leading up, even though he had that #1 album. I was never a fan of his music. I respect what he's doing. Wasn't a fan of the music, but the song that he's on, the verse that he has, it's called "Iced Out My Wrist." I said that's so white, but that's so white. "Iced Out My Wrist" by 21 Savage. But like his verse on that album is fucking ridiculous. And like as far as like guest spot is concerned, I haven't seen something that good since like coming up artists since like Nicki Minaj on "Monster" by Kanye West, because she actually won a couple awards for that verse because it's fucking good. But anyway, my point is that he brings out the very best in up-and-coming artists. He forces them to be the best they can be because of what he's garnered.
Exactly. He knows what it takes to get that.
Not only that, but he knows what he has. And he's like, I'm not going to tarnish my name because you can't fucking rap. Rap. And so, for instance, there is a track, go to Khaled. Go back. Like back a web page. Just look up DJ Khaled. That's the new album. But I forget what it's called. Yes. Go to the track listing, please. Go up to the search bar, and it had the track listing on it. Yeah. What in the shit? There we go. Okay, go down. Okay, so is it Every Chance? Yeah, Every Chance I Get. Every Chance I Get. So, Every Chance I Get, Lil Baby is rapping. And I became a fan of Lil Baby because he put out the song, I'll look it up because I have it on my Spotify. Okay. Because it was on my recently played. Okay, so, so Lil Baby is on a track, and oh my God, why can't I find it?
Because you suck.
I suck on my own phone, I know. Oh, it's called Bigger Picture. Yeah, but Lil Baby, The Bigger Picture. And it came out right after George Floyd's death. And it's a song basically about in the media right now, they're pinning black against white, but there's a bigger picture. It's a great song.
So, Tom McDonald,
No Lives Matter.
A lot of people fucking hate him because, he has a song White Boy, he has all of that shit. A lot of people hate him just because, No Lives Matter. And ultimately, the media stands to gain no fucking money from just saying this is what it is, X, Y, and Z. There has to be a story.
Well, we'll get into that with the whole CNN guy getting on a Tinder date and getting exposed.
But I was talking to David about how with Bubba Wallace when he first started, not the Noose incident, but with Bubba Wallace, there was a lot of news postings saying the black NASCAR driver.
What?
Yeah.
When was that?
I think it was before the Noose incident, wasn't it? It was sometime before that. But it was.
Let me finish my thought before you get into the black NASCAR driver. So Lil Baby, he's rapping, and what I love about the track is he's going really well. Then he pauses for a second, whether this was planned or it was improv. I loved it. He's going, and then he's rapping really well, and DJ goes, "Keep going." He just says it, right? He's like, keep going. And then you hear Lil Baby take a breath, and he just keeps going. And it's so good. Like as far as worth ethic, like who I go to look to, like celebrity wise for work ethic, it's Rogan, The Rock, Schwarzenegger, and DJ Khaled. I'm gonna be completely honest.
For me, it's The Rock, Jocko Willink, David Goggins, and Herschel Walker.
Dude, David Goggins is on a fucking different. Because I love his videos because I hate cardio. I love lifting weights, but he's like, there's a video from David Goggins, and he's running. Obviously, he's shirtless.
Yeah.
He's running. He's like, I woke up this morning. It was raining. I looked at my shoes for 30 minutes. But then I said, I ain't a bitch. So I'm going to go running.
When I got back into like working out, before I started like listening to Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch and watching Mark Wahlberg's workout tapes from the 90s.
You got good vibrations or what?
Oh, hell yeah, brother. But the hope factor, I think, is what it is. I wish for rain.
No. Well, maybe it is the hope factor.
No, it's I wish for rain.
Yeah, it
I
is.
can tell you that because I watched that the other day at the
Screen cap that, please. Full screen. Okay, first I got two things. First of all, I love that after that's not the one I was talking about, but like that's a really good one. But at the end of every video, the whole stay hard, like God, fuck you, dude. Like yes, but the second thing though is like so I agree with that 100%. So I remember getting into him, and then Cam actually put up on his Instagram story. I don't know why this is stuck with me, but it's stuck with me. It's a picture of, I forget the individual's name, but he was the very first bodybuilder. And it's a quote from Aristotle, I think. I think it's an Aristotle quote. And it's I think it's that one I was talking about, actually. Keep that there real quick. But the quote from Aristotle is, I'm butchering it, but it's basically like every man owes it to himself to see how perfect his Socrates about how perfect his body can be. And I was like,
it's an injustice to just like sit there and not do anything.
Exactly. So I was like, fuck. Now, granted, I dove head first way too quickly, put my body into danger when I got into bodybuilding, like natural bodybuilding. But like, what
okay,
that
Rich Piana, let's step it up.
Yeah, right.
Let's start hitting yourself in the butt cheek.
But like, what that showed me though was like, but I saw a version of myself that I'd never seen before, and it like scared me about as much as it like invigorated me, because I was like, oh shit, like I have the internal discipline to fucking eat this, and this, to not drink, to not fucking whatever, and do all these things to get my body into a really strong shape. Like you guys have known me for a very long time. I've never been a very strong individual, so to be able to pick up like 400 pounds off the ground for me, to back squat over like that's 300 pounds. That's nothing for me. Like that's nothing I could even ever dream.
So
like, yeah.
One of my more driving factors was a couple years back. Dom looked at me.
Oh no.
And he goes, "Imagine if you gave a shit." And because we were working out, and I think I was actually drunk. No, I shit you not. I put pre-workout and a Heineken in a bottle, and I fucking slammed it. And Dom looked at me. And I was like, what? and he goes, I'm over here dieting and I'm doing all of this. And I was like, what's your fucking point? He goes, you're lifting the same, if not like more. I was like, okay, what are you getting at here? And he goes, imagine if you gave a shit. And he left it at that.
Shout out to Dominic Barreras and his wife, Bailey. Love you guys.
So, like, I was sitting it there, and I started, like, these at-home workouts just because, you know, COVID. I was tired of wearing a mask.
Dude,
so
that was the fucking worst.
I started this shit. I was like, you know what? I'm going to get back in the fucking gym, whatever. And then I went, and, like, the fact that I can just walk in and pull 315 right off the fucking gate, I was like,
I've had to work back up to that.
okay. Like, that felt weird. But, like, to me, in my head, that was nothing. Because in high school, I was pulling 405.
God, imagine if you gave a shit.
Yeah, no, imagine if I gave a shit. What I'd be pulling now. Fuck. But, so, like...
See, and it's socially acceptable now to turn into, like, the mountain or, like, Mark fucking whatever
like a
his name
dad
is.
bod right now
Yeah,
is
to
what
get the
it's-
dad bod, but also, like, pull a literal ton of weight.
And, you know, I was sitting there, and so when I was getting back into the gym, I listened to, like... And I made fun of Dom for this. And I take that back, buddy. I'm sorry. But I listened to Jocko Willink.
Oh, no, that's some real shit.
Yeah.
I listened to Rogan and Schwarzenegger. No, that's some real shit.
I listened to Jocko Willink, David Goggins, Joe Rogan, and The Rock.
Oh, you get, like, the greatest hits of You're a Bitch.
Yeah, no, I was like, call me a pussy. Call me the biggest motherfucker to live. And the reason, like, and Jocko Willink said it best is because I was deadlifting and I thought my back was going to give out. And I was sitting there just, you know, ripping the weight. And I was like, I could do it, but I'm fucking tired. And I've started, like, this Herschel Walker mentality, which...
So who's Herschel Walker?
So-
I've never heard of him.
So Herschel Walker...
Can you pull up a different
is
tab, please?
a running back for the Dallas Cowboys. I can't remember when. I want to say like the late 80s, early 90s maybe. But supposedly he was an NFL running back. He did like 1,000+ push-ups a day and like 2,000+ sit-ups. Like this guy busted his ass. He was a fat kid like in middle school and high school.
Well,
and
have
he
you
was
seen
tired-
the pictures of Goggins?
Yeah.
How Goggins?
Like when he was almost 300 fucking pounds, like
how
297
Goggins
or
used,
whatever.
that's what he said in his first podcast with Rogan. Is he was like, "Look, I was tired of being the fat kid that was getting popular off of being funny. Mm-hmm. I was tired." And then he goes,
So Herschel Walker,
I knew it would kill me."
supposedly what he did was 2,000 to 3,000 push-ups and sit-ups every day.
Shut the
And
fuck
how he
up.
started, and so I had an old football coach, Raymond Peel. And if you're watching this, thank you, buddy. But Raymond Peel, he started like, if you're sitting at home and you're watching TV, commercials start up, do push-ups.
Oh,
So-
that's a super old adage because
And it started with him.
my dad, you know, when he was still around, my dad would tell me about how that's what he used to do.
Yeah.
Was when
Hey.
he was watching the Adam West Batman, when commercials would come on, he would do like 100 push-ups or 100
Or like
sit-ups.
sit-ups, yeah.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
so Robert Peel. Oh. So
Throwback to Chrissy's episode when I scared the fuck out of her. That poor girl.
But-
If you're watching, I'm so sorry. You're a great girl. Sorry.
So Robert Peel Sr., you know, do push-ups when you're watching TV. Do sit-ups. And I was like, that's bullshit. That's dumb. So sitting there one day, I was like, okay, I'll do push-ups. And so I sat there and I was like rapping them out. And you're like watching like these minute and a half, whatever, like commercial breaks. And you're just like, I'm fucking exhausted. Like, because it doesn't pass on how much time has gone by.
Right.
And you're doing sit-ups and like after a week you start expecting 2 minutes, 3 minutes of commercials. So you're going slow. Like, okay, that's 1. That's 2. And then you kind of like catch yourself like, why am I fucking slacking? Why am I sandbagging?
Yeah.
And, you know, I saw this thing on Herschel Walker where he ate once a day and he busted his ass.
Was that intermittent fasting or was it just like fasting in general?
That's what he said he did. was he ate once a day. And then I was listening to a thing on David Goggins talking about like pushing your mind to the end. And mind you, I'm like 30 minutes into battle ropes. And I want to start a shotgun. Like, I'm losing my fucking legal reasons. That's a joke. But I'm like just losing my fucking mind, hating everything that I'm about, right? And so I'm sitting there and I'm like, okay. And I remember when I was trying to get accepted into EOD school, or like to pass my physical test to get accepted, how I tried to make sure my body was like at the best. I was obtaining, just pull it. But I was making
that sound.
I was making sure my body was like at the top. I always had like nutrients and whatever. And over time, I came to like understand the fact if I can do this when nothing is going on. And my job helped me with that. My current job in EMS.
Right.
What it helped me with is I understood that at 3 a.m. something's going to come out where somebody needs me.
Right.
Where I'm going to need to show up, and the excuse in court when it goes to, oh, you weren't there for...
Yep.
The excuse in court for if this case goes sour, like, oh, you're retired, it's okay. Nobody's life is worth that.
No, 100%.
Yeah,
I agree.
And nobody's life is worth saying, and even Joey can agree with this. You have a rough day, you bust your ass, you do whatever. Nobody's life is worth saying, I was tired. And it's hard, dude. It's a difficult fucking thing.
Yeah.
I've gone 36 hours without sleep, and then people still expect me to show up.
And like you have to perform.
And I got to be on top.
No, so okay, so funny you bring that up. Shout out to my sponsor, organicprizebirds.com for comic books. So he's been releasing vlogs. Just about like what's going on behind the scenes, and he's like released this footage about how he shows like he converted a garage maybe like 50% bigger than this, and it's literally industrial iron shelves of omnibuses. Just comics as far as the eye can fucking see in his little garage. And he goes, yeah, I work from about 9 in the morning till 2 a.m. packing you guys' books and doing all these things. And he goes, what gets me through is listening to inspirational speeches or speeches from people that I care about. And he brought up Kobe Bryant. And Kobe Bryant said, well, nobody cares about what you're going through, what you've been through, disadvantages you've had or going through right now. They want you to perform. So when I go out in the court, I know that whether you're in the court line seats or you're in the nosebleeds, you're paying good money to watch me perform. So therefore, I have to set everything aside so that I can perform for you, right? And so then he goes, yeah, like, you know, I work these 20-hour days, my back hurts, my fucking arms hurt, I'm packing all this bullshit, but like you guys are paying... Omnibus collectors pay good money. We pay good money for these books, so you're going to get them in a timely manner, right? Regardless of what I'm going through. And I get that packing fucking comic books and saving lives are two very different things.
Well,
but it's the principle that matters.
So a lot of people, I've heard this multiple times. I pay your salary. First off, fuck you, I work for a private institution. So technically, yes.
So are you paid through the state or with Medicaid?
So what a lot of people don't understand with emergency medical services and like some hospitals, not all, but some, is the reason the medical bills are so high is because they're private or...
Well, exactly. That's the problem with private hospitals.
Yeah.
Right.
And there's a lot that like plays into that as far as cost sharing. So, like, let's say somebody doesn't have health insurance. The hospital has to cover that because they saved your fucking life. Yeah. So they write it off or they transition it to the next person in line, i.e. somebody that pays for health insurance. And that's why it progressively is getting more and more expensive. But any factors aside from of that aside, ultimately, people think they're owed something. No, for real. People
If you
think
want to get into my philosophy about that, we'll definitely get into that.
I entered this career field overall because I wanted to help people on their darkest fucking day. Be that an anxiety attack, trouble breathing, or truly a matter of life and death.
Like a gunshot, right?
Whatever it is, that's why I entered this. I didn't enter it because I thought I was going to get thanked. I didn't enter because I thought my life would be fucking cake. It's X, Y, and Z, you know? So people are like the general population, for a lot of it, expects somebody else to owe them something.
Let's hit a quick pause. Sorry, but like, pause. I want to hear this. I'm so sorry, but I'll be back in 20 seconds.
Is your girlfriend here? Well, no. Hi, friend. No, you're a piece of shit. All right, I'm gonna take a piss real quick. Can you please, like, pour me another glass of wine or a cup of wine? A pretty decent one, at least.
Hi, Jay. Hi, Jay. Jay edits Mel's videos. He edits like the video part, but Jay does audio. Like he puts the audio really well. Right?
You want to hop in and sit? Let's talk. So while Springer's peeing,
So I had this thing that I was thinking about earlier a second ago.
yeah,
When you guys were talking about like motivational, like where we operate, like when you're just dead fucking tired.
yeah,
So something like that stuck with me, has going to stick with me like probably for the rest of my life is sorry, I keep forgetting, I gotta talk close. Our captain during the academy would always tell us like at the end of the day, like we're just gotten beaten all fucking day, like we're dead fucking tired, and like we're still running tired. It's just like, okay, everyone fucking line up. Is everybody like we're all fucking exhausted, like we're fucking dead. He's like, no, good. Now that you're fucking tired, now the real work kicks in.
Right.
Because now this is where we fucking operate. Like,
No,
this
for
is
sure.
your cubicle space. Now that you're dead fucking tired, now it's time to go.
No.
Now it's time to start the actual shit.
oh for sure. So like, old friend of mine. If by chance if you're watching fucking my old friend of mine, I grew up with. I literally met him when I was like 3 years old and he was 5. Moms were friends, all that sort of deal, right? And so, his name was Kyle. His name's Kyle Cassidy. And hey, pull up a fucking chair. Do you want a mic?
Are we doing this? No,
No. Okay. So I'll tell the story and you can hop off. So, buddy of mine, Kyle, we grew up together. He ended up going into the Rangers. He was a Florida observer for them. All these different things, right? So David, can you close the door? So he was a Florida observer for him, and that's what he was told, like, during his training. Exactly what you just said. Was like, oh, okay, so you guys, you're never gonna have enough water. You're never gonna have enough food. You're never gonna have enough rest. You're not gonna have the right equipment. But you're going to perform. Because at a bare minimum, if you don't, somebody's going to die. Somebody. It could be a civilian. Hopefully it's the guy you're attacking. But more than likely it's going to be your buddy. Anyway, let's close this out with fucking him real quick. And we'll get back to what you were saying. But, so play it. Are you recording it? All right. Yeah, go ahead.
Why don't we do it tomorrow? Take your soul.
So mine is so mind you, he goes out of that. But so mind you, when this is from Goggins himself, when he films his videos, that's his wife in the car filming him on an iPhone. That's his fucking wife.
Well, and like, so what cracks me up about Goggins, and I love that dude to death, like his motivation, it like inspires me ultimately. Now, Goggins has this mentality of like, and he always like cracks me up, like, oh, when the rain's coming. And I think back to like my days in EOD school. When the rain was coming and the humidity was out, that was my favorite time to fucking run. But if they're like, the sun's out, there's no humidity, I'd be like, you're on fucking drugs if you think I'm going to run in 107-degree heat. Like, fuck you. I'd rather run in 103-degree heat with 85% humidity because I'm stupid. But, yeah, because I'm dumb. But ultimately, one of the things that started like coming out to me like recently, so I made the decision because I had kept trying to get into the fire academy here locally. And I kept telling my dad, since I was fucking 19, he's like, go to paramedic school. I was like, no, Dad, these guys are going to pay for it. My dad was like, I'm going to pay for paramedic school.
Because college is for nerds.
Exactly. And my dad is like, I'll pay for it. I was like, no, dude, I'll get them to pay for it.
Yeah.
That was 19. I was 19 years old. I'm 24 now.
So fine. A whole in-game snap later.
Exactly. And, you know, time went on. I kept applying. I turned 21, and then they changed the age when I turned 21 to 18 years old. I was like, you motherfuckers. Just a little bit sooner. Time went on. I applied, got in, or didn't get in. Whoops, let me change that. I didn't get in. Don't worry. Next year, I'll get in. They'll pay for paramedic school. My dad was like, go to fucking paramedic school now.
Right.
I was like, no, I got this. They'll pay for it. I'll get somebody else to do it. Time goes on. I'll get somebody else to do it. Nobody came to my fucking rescue. Nobody outside of my immediate tribe. My immediate circle.
Yeah, your support system. Right.
And I was sitting there one day, you know, after everything had burned.
Yeah. It's like, well, fuck, what now?
Relationship, all of that, everything went to hell. And I was sitting there, I was like, nobody's here to fucking save me. I have my support systems. I have you guys. I have you. I have everybody here to, like, rely on if I need emotional and, like, mental support. I have people to talk to.
Right.
But nobody outside of my circle is here to save me. And like we've talked about this, that burn the ships mentality of you have nowhere to go to. Yeah. You have nothing to fall back on. Be it you're homeless, be it you're financially in a depression yourself, nobody's here to fucking save you. Now, politically, they talk about social programs and anything like that.
If social programs worked, we wouldn't have gotten Joker by Joaquin Phoenix.
But
no, I mean,
no, for real.
There's a little bit of lightheartedness to that statement, but it's the truth.
But ultimately,
there's a reason that movie exists and why it did so well.
Like, I understand, like, the mentally inept and those that rely on something else, like medication and psychiatry, to help them. I get that. Somebody's there to help you. But as far as finances go, as far as everything else in your life, nobody's here to fucking save you.
Yeah. Well, at least when you were going through this, I agree.
Well, I can't expect him or him.
Well, right, because the problem now, because when you were going through this, I agree, because there wasn't, right? Except for the jobs you already had, like, you were already in.
I made my bills. I made everything.
Right, but the problem now is, we were just talking about it like 20 minutes ago with the whole stimulus packages and the relief acts that were passed, and then we just got the Family Act or the Family Cares Act
Yeah,
or whatever it's called by Biden. I forget what it's called. But now that we have all that, the problem with that is so many people, and now it's taking to social media because we have so many people across the country that don't want to work because they're making just as, if not more money than they were doing a real job, whether it was working in a restaurant, working in a factory, whether it was, doing whatever job was deemed non-essential, which that during the pandemic, like the government, just like I said, how the government has no right to tell you what to do with your consciousness, the government does not have the right to tell you if you're essential or not.
Exactly.
So when these non-essential jobs got taken away, and then you have these people on their welfare, and then so that's fine when you were between like March to September of 2020, but now where we're well into a year of a pandemic and all these people are on welfare, siphoning off of welfare, they don't want to go back to work because they're making more money on welfare than they are in their actual jobs. Like it's happening here in Albuquerque. And then my uncle, I've talked about before, as we talked about, I mentioned him last time. We were talking about Godzilla versus Kong. He was watching the theater then.
Yeah,
he went,
in Alabama.
Yeah, so he wanted to get takeout from a Cracker Barrel, but the Cracker Barrel closed like literally 5 hours early because they didn't have enough employees. When you don't have enough employees to sustain a Cracker Barrel, the economy is doing something funny.
So in Japan, and this is one thing that baffled me. I actually didn't know this. Japan, tipping is rude. They pay, They pay their waiters and waitresses salary.
That's not just a Japan
hourly.
thing. That's not just a Japan thing. That's like a
And like
Eastern
France
thing.
and Germany, that actually takes place like throughout the world.
Yeah.
And so I look in the U.S. and I'm like, okay, tipping can be what it's called, a gratuity, a thank you, right?
Right.
But why don't they deserve hourly wages? Because some dickhead can be like, yeah, I wasn't happy with the service, and tip you nothing.
Yep.
And you made
So-
fucking nothing for giving them an hour and a half to 2 hours of your life, of your service.
So I can actually speak on that because, as everyone in this room knows, I used to work at a steak and seafood place here in Albuquerque, which I had a great time doing, to be honest.
You made enough money to support not only you and your apartment, but me and Evan.
Because my mom, she had worked at the same restaurant because Pelicans has been in Albuquerque for well over 50 years at this point. And so my mom worked at Pelicans when she was my age. That's how she got through college because back then you could get through college on 2 jobs. But I remember
inflation rate for
is
college
is insane.
fucking nuts.
It's insane. So when I remember working there, and especially when like I had the apartment and you guys were just cycling through like it was a foster home.
Look, I was working a lot of hours at the jail. It was a place to sleep. I didn't like hanging out with my dad and everybody else because I was going through a phase, Mom.
My dad didn't like hanging out with me, so it's okay.
So thank you for housing me while you're going through infantry school.
So what happened was I remember having a conversation with one of the owners. So there's 2 owners that run Pelicans, right? It's Bobby and Carlos. And I remember talking with Bobby and he, because this is when the first conversations were coming up about the minimum wage being raised to $15 a month, or $15 an hour. Ugh. So he was like, "Yeah, if he was real, like he's one of the most honest individuals I've ever met, because he's just really give a fuck. Like who's gonna fire him, right? That was his mentality. So I remember him telling us, he was like, look, if they raise the wage to $15 a month, half of you are fired. And we were all at the serving window, like waiting to get plates to take it out to the
He was
people
like,
who were
hey,
order food.
prepare to get fucked.
No, literally. And we were like, well, oh well. And we just went out because, we didn't really think it was going to be a thing. And I still, honest to God, I don't think it's going to be a thing under Biden's administration, at least in the first 2 years. And the reason why I say that,
and
but because his verbiage. So I'll finish what I was saying. So, like, it's a horrible system we've implemented, the system of tipping, but that's one of the systems here in America we can't really step away from, because it's just so rooted in the way that restaurants run their business that yes, they can't pay their employees the hourly wage that's set by the state, but they supplement those wages they're not paying. Well, good restaurants anyway, right?
No.
Mainly the local ones. Whatever money they're not allocating to their employees, they're putting it to their product. That's why Pelicans is so good. Now, granted, the last interaction I had with Pelicans, my lady got quite sick, and that was very sad. But, like, everything else that I've had there was great. And so that's a product of them being able to have that leeway to provide a good product.
so ultimately, like, when we talk about this, like, in the country itself, why don't waitresses and waiters make more? Well, we have the aspect of tipping. And like you said, it's not something that can just be taken away. Because if you tell a business suddenly, like, hey, you got to pay everybody involved $15 an hour, which you're used to paying them, like, what is it, like $2.50 or some shit?
It's in New Mexico.
It's abysmal.
$2.30.
Yeah, it's
$2.33.
something abysmal.
Yeah, it's very small.
Because you're making tips.
Right.
So,
But in all fairness, if you don't when you end up cashing out your like at the end of your shift, if you don't make, let's say you worked 5 hours, the minimum wage in New Mexico is $7.50. If you don't make what $7.50 would have equated to in 5 hours, the restaurant has to bring you up to minimum wage.
okay.
So
I didn't
there,
know that.
yes. So there is that, like, that's a small caveat to it. But, like, I'll be honest, if as a waiter, and I think most people in the service industry would agree with me, if I had to choose between making $2.30 an hour and basically nothing on a paycheck because of what your tips were, and then making tips, or only making minimum wage, I would choose tips.
Oh, dude. So I thought about that a while back. So right now, I make minimum wage. Think about that. I make less than somebody who works at Chick-fil-A.
Right. Yeah.
And the fucked up shit.
Right.
I've seen.
You have to go through, right.
Another nightmare to the pile every fucking time.
Like Lovecraft.
Oh, dude. Like, there's some nights, I don't tell them, I don't tell a lot of people, but there's some nights where I can't sleep because of whatever.
Right. Well, no, right.
And there's a lot of people in the job that can say the same or whatever. Now, it's on me, and I'll admit that. I'll say that straight out.
Well, because that's a very fair thing to say, because you choose. Well,
I choose what I do.
The occupation.
Because ultimately, when I ran the math, and I was talking to fucking David about this, I ran the math, and it actually surprised me. I make more money than somebody who makes $19 an hour doing a 40-hour work week.
Well, then there you go. So
With all the overtime that I have.
hey, you make more than me.
Yeah, dude. Like, it blew my mind. I was like, I'm going to make more money at $19 an hour. And then I ran the math, and I was like, I'm going to make fucking less money. Holy shit. Just because I work 72 hours straight. Well, that's fine by me. Because I have my slow days. I have my slow days where I don't do fucking fuck all.
Right. Yeah, we've seen that. We play Call of Duty all day.
Exactly. Like, I get to bring my PlayStation up, fucking hook up to a TV, and play Call of Duty. Oh, you don't do anything. Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
Or you play Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, exactly.
when you're done, I want to transition to Mortal Kombat.
But like, no matter what, like, yeah, I have things that I'll probably mentally not bounce back from. Realistically, like, I'll be honest.
Well, that's fine. Well, it's not fine, but like, right.
Like, admitting it wholeheartedly. I've talked to them about it. I've talked to you about it. I've talked to everybody in the group. There's things that I've seen where I won't come back from.
Yeah.
Where I'll be 70 years old and I'll wake up and going, that's fucked up.
Right.
But ultimately, what people need to understand in our society as a whole is, one, like me saying this straight up, I work for minimum wage, but my overtime counteracts that. So I'm fine with it. I'm okay with that. And I acknowledge that as a person.
So I have a question. Is your overtime, is that mandated by state law?
No.
Or is that your company's policy?
It's not a company policy. It's not state law. It's our company having a shortage of people in EMS. There's not enough people willing to do the job.
Well, healthcare in general is having a huge shortage. It's like, and that's even like prior pandemic, but like during the pandemic, healthcare is having a huge shortage.
There's not enough people.
Right.
And, there was a news article that I saw where it was like, white people are disproportionately firefighters. And somebody transitioned that to saying, like...
Can you find that, please? White people are disproportionately firefighters?
It's like 3 years ago when I saw that. But it goes, fuck white people, and shuffles cards. Their disproportionate willingness to risk their lives. Now, granted, it's making fun of, like, the tweet itself. Because it's not saying any other race doesn't want to sacrifice whatever.
Right.
But inherently, when you think of public service jobs, and you're like, oh, they're all a lot of white people. Well, is that because it's the only job that caters to white people? Or is it because, coincidentally, by some weird fact, a lot of people who are white join these job markets specifically?
Well, okay, so here's... Are you able to find it or no? No. Just check your phone when you can too. Maybe that'll help. Ooh, what's that? So it says city firefighters are stuck in a racial divide from Boston. So out of the 313 firefighters since... Wow, wait, when was this published? 2010. So this was published 11 years ago, so might not be as accurate as humanly possible. But out of the 313 firefighters hired in the 7 years this was published, 88% were white. In their most active fire stations, 78% were white. But in the slowest, only 28% were white. So that could almost speak to a systemic racism problem. Like, to be honest, especially in the time that this was published, that could speak to a systemic racism problem. But what I was going to say earlier is, again, I've never heard of the statistic. I didn't even know it was a problem. If you would have told me that most police aren't African American, yeah, no shit, I would believe you, even before all of this insanity was going down.
Speaking of firefighter, that has to be like geographical area. Like most
Yeah,
Well,
that's
no,
a
for sure.
geographical issue,
So
like
for,
on
for
itself.
sure, for sure. But let's
Because
take,
like it says, like low income, like lower areas.
okay, but let's
That's a
take
different
okay.
fucking
Well, let's
issue
assume again. This is my point of view, right? Let's assume we're operating under a geographical aggregate, right? The entire country, to include Hawaii and Alaska. Okay, so if you were to tell me that the majority of public servants, let alone police officers, were Caucasian or otherwise not African American, I would believe you. Because what? Okay, so in general, I mean, I had this conversation today with my mom. I've had this conversation with multiple people. Like, one of the last jobs that I would want to occupy right now is a cop.
Oh yeah.
But like seriously, shout out to my friends that are police officers. My state police officer friend who I know watches all my episodes. Love you, buddy. Like,
I love you too. I know who you are.
like I applaud them and I pray over those dudes like every day because especially after what we were talking about a couple of hours ago, like I couldn't imagine doing that job. In fact, because I was in the gym when I got sent that video I was talking about, the uncensored killing of that state police officer.
Yeah.
My buddy sent me that, and I was like, dude, if I saw that video and I was you, I would have closed that video out and turned in my badge. Like,
So-
there's no way I continue doing that job.
My aunt. Now, despite everything, I look like Hitler's wet dream. I'll admit that straight out. I look like like what was the goal here? But ultimately, my race and ethnicity. Jesus
Sound
Christ.
it out.
I'm primarily Native and Mexican. Just one German dude had to fuck up the bloodline, and I look like this. No, dude, we ran like that 23andMe, Ancestry. We went through the whole fucking deal. I've seen pictures of my great-great-grandmother. I've seen everything. I've seen like my whole family tree. We've actually my grandmother has paid like what are they called? Like those people that go through like your family tree. Yeah,
Well, I mean,
family
there's-
tree people.
I mean, yeah, there's
His family historian.
Ancestry.com, but
But not a website. It just basically
like actual scientists.
yeah, like actually people like that will trace your family
Not
tree.
people taking advantage of the capitalist system. Okay, continue.
Yeah, you got that. So primarily, and I'm not pulling in Elizabeth Warren here, but like Native and Mexican. Native and Mexican. I actually talked to my mom. I saw a picture of my great-great-grandmother, and my mom was like, hey, she was bought by a Spanish dude via slavery, like way back in the day. I was like, no shit.
I'm sorry. Who was bought?
My great-great-grandmother. My Uncle Pete, my Uncle Pedro.
Pete.
Yeah, my great-grandpa Pete. His mother was bought by some motherfucker way back down the line. And
the Elizabeth Warren statement. My God.
right. And so she was Native for the majority of that. So my Auntie Doe, she inherits a lot of Native traits. Same thing with my uncle. The high cheekbones, all of that, as far as when you talk about overall like physical traits for a Native American. My Auntie Doe has been working for the Bernalillo County Sheriff's Department. I won't say her name, but she's been working.
Just in case we become famous. Yes.
Just
Yeah.
randomly.
Yeah.
But my auntie has been working for that department for a while. And recently, not by her, but by my grandmother, it's been disclosed to me that she's retiring. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, are you serious? Now, when I worked at the jail at MDC, she actually protected me on one guy that they brought in. She was like, this dude is fucking crazy, blah, blah, blah. I don't want my nephew
Right.
in the same room as this guy.
What was his like priors? Do you remember?
I don't know the priors, but I can, like, the whole story was basically this dude had an encounter with cops. They had, I think it was 3 tasers. I don't know how much, but this is actually a weird cause. So when people talk about, like, why didn't they tase him? So people with iron deficiencies or anything like that, tasers don't affect them.
Can you find the science on that, Joey?
But anyways, so my
Yeah.
auntie brought this dude in.
Taser efficacy on iron deficient individuals.
Remember the black dude where he got tased and he goes, I'm gonna get you, bitch.
Yeah, the meme. Yeah,
Yeah.
I remember that.
So that can be occluded to an iron deficiency
Wow,
in some people.
I don't know that.
But my auntie brought this dude in and she was like, we brought this guy in and his teeth were arcing. Like,
What do you mean?
like he was kind of like showing his teeth and just kind of
Oh,
being an
okay.
asshole. But there was enough space that the electricity running through his body was causing a arc in the saliva from his from his maxilla and his mandible to arc. So my aunt didn't want to let that dude in the same room as me.
Well, fair.
Reason. Yeah, no, that's fair. That guy could have made a whole ass meal out of who I was.
Right, yeah.
And he's a big motherfucker.
Because as medical personnel, they don't give you
Oh, we don't
anything.
have fuck all.
They don't give you anything.
No.
And our mutual friend that's a state, like him and I had a good conversation about how EMS should, at the absolute bare minimum, should be allowed to be armed.
Look, no, I'll back that up. I know who I work with. I know people in EMS. I wish I had a gun. I know the dumbasses that work in this career field.
Really?
Yeah, there's some stupid motherfuckers.
But with training, do you think training fixes it?
Yes and no in the same time.
But do you think? Oh, this is a good question. Do you think? Let's say you're in your profession and you're with somebody new, right? But the person you brought up in the last podcast, for instance, like at least not him specifically, but the idea of that person, right? Do you think that adding a firearm to that person adds a sense of not empowerment, but like and a sense of authority?
So I'll tell you right now. I've had patients where, I mean, obviously as an EMT, I don't carry a firearm. I don't do anything. But I've had people try to stab me.
Right.
I've had people get aggressive. And, there's some big sons of bitches.
Yeah.
And you're
No, for
trapped
sure.
in a tiny box with them. And a firearm will not make anything better. And the reason I say that is because it's a tiny box. When you look at all these instances that happen on the news or happen wherever, it's not in a tiny box.
Well, okay. Well, actually,
It's not in the bed of a truck with a fucking roof over it.
okay. So, I would actually slightly disagree because, with the exception of what we talked about this a couple of hours ago with the individual, right? They had a whole truck, but like when you hear about just the conventional murder here in Albuquerque, right? When you're that close, you're in a box, and you pull. And there was a very good video I watched where today, because the YouTube algorithm acts the way it acts.
Yeah.
And I was just looking at Albuquerque crime, and some individuals, I think back in 2016, had broken into a locally owned gun store, not a Calibers or anything like that, but broken into a locally owned gun store, and they had actually interviewed individuals outside of that from Calibers, and they were saying like, yeah, look, like it's great if you know how to properly use a handgun, know how to properly conceal it, just maintain yourself on a firearm. But however, if someone is within this immediate distance that we are, or even closer, and they're willing to do something to harm your life, if you pull out a handgun, the situation changes from I'm going to try to take your money to now it's a struggle for a handgun. And if you're not properly trained for that, then your life could be in danger.
So, I've been in several situations. One actually involving the FBI.
Waco was still wrong, but continue.
So, in this situation, we got called to a guy with chest pain. We show up, and I see a bunch of dudes in OCPs, and up there's a National Guard armory up north. And I was like, oh, some fat fucking sergeant is over here having a goddamn heart attack. And then I got closer, and the motherfucker had nods and a can on his rifle. And I was like, who the fuck is high speed up here? And he turned his back, and I saw FBI. I was like, there's no fucking way. The FBI medic comes up to our truck, and he's like, hey, he's got some substernal reciprocal chest pain.
So, for including me, those who aren't medically inclined, what does that mean?
It just means when you push on, like, he feels more fucking pain, and it's just like below the sternum. Like he's saying that it's his heart. Well, we pull him out of the back of the fucking truck, or the SUV that pulled up. We pull him out, and he goes, "I'm gonna shit my pants." And I was like, "That's not chest pain." What the fuck? Ultimately, this guy was having an anxiety attack. Like,
wow.
That's what the clinical diagnosis was. Because they busted into his house through flashbangs, did all this shit. And they got him. He was involved with gangs or whatever. But every officer that was inclined to ride in the back with us had to surrender their firearm.
Wow.
And that's not because he was violent, because he actually wasn't. He was very calm. But they didn't want to introduce a situation in this small box where that could happen. Now, there was another instance where somebody was acting up. I wasn't involved with this, but I was told this story secondhand, so I won't say who or where it happened. But this guy was losing his fucking shit. He lost his mind, whatever. So officers ultimately, after he was detained.
So before you go into he was losing his mind, was it a schizophrenic thing? Was he overly paranoid that led into schizophrenia?
I won't say specifically because I don't know, and I won't say this is definitive. Some speculate drug use. He is on schizophrenic medications as of now, so I can't say definitively because I wasn't there.
Okay.
But ultimately, one, I ran this dude a couple times after the fact.
Okay.
And he fucking loves me. I don't know why. But I've shown up and he's like, "This dude's cool as fuck." And I'm like, "Don't stab me, please." But, after what took place, the cops that were getting in the back with my partner was with somebody else that night. But the cops that were getting in the back had to take out their sidearms and surrender them to somebody else because they didn't want that tiny box to have a deadly weapon.
Right, but becoming a hostile environment, for sure.
Exactly. Now, one, he's a huge motherfucker. And I work with one female officer in specific. I've noticed a couple, and they talk about how deadly force with larger suspects is kind of their go-to. And that's not because they're willing to kill somebody or they want to. It's ultimately, and I'll even fucking say this, somebody's going to go home.
It's preservation of life.
Yeah, somebody's going to go home, but I do want to go home.
Yeah.
I want to see my mom tomorrow.
Yeah.
And if somebody chooses to enact violence against me, you've disvalued your own life versus mine.
Right.
And that's ultimate. That's through all spectrums of this discussion.
Yeah.
Now, when you bring up certain police reform bills with Derek Chauvin specifically.
Right.
Derek Chauvin fucked up.
Yeah.
And I'll say that dead honest.
Yeah, he did.
He made a huge fucking mistake because I've encountered.
No, I wouldn't say he made a mistake. He made a decision.
He made a decision.
A mistake happens. I think you have a 5-second window for mistakes. You don't have a 9-second or 9-minute window for mistakes.
Ultimately, no matter what happened didn't need to fucking happen.
Agreed.
Now, when you look at those split-second decisions,
right,
as we saw recently,
right,
with was it Ma'Khia Bryant?
Yeah.
Split second. 1 life versus 2 lives.
Yeah.
It's hard because I wish all 3 lives would have came out.
Well, everyone does, for sure.
And a lot of people say, "Why didn't they shoot her in the hand?" I'm sorry, but have you ever tried to shoot that small of a fucking target moving real quick at a weird angle with your adrenaline? Because your heart is not just doing this, it's doing this. Yeah. It's big claps with adrenaline pumping. Everything's fucking going.
Yeah.
It's a hard decision to make.
So.
And I've been in those adrenaline situations, not shooting at fucking target, but where you see something going nuts and your adrenaline's going and you make fucking mistakes. You make decisions, and whether they're right or wrong, ultimately what is left is the utilitarianism form of ethics.
Yep.
The greatest outcome for the greatest number of individuals. One life versus two.
Yep.
And that's where it comes down to. There's so much that had to be taken into those situations. And what a lot of people don't understand is, like I said, people think they're owed something.
Yeah.
They think, I called you, you're the National Guard, you're the federal military, your EMS, your fire department, your police.
Even like the local police.
They think they owe you. I pay your taxes. I pay your salary. I pay whatever. People think they're owed that.
Right.
And they act as if they're at Costco. However, that's not always the case. Now, in a private situation, I don't owe you fucking anything. But I promised you, not you directly, but
Well, the proverbial.
the proverbial, I promised somebody directly that I will be here on your worst day. Just don't be fucking mean to me.
Yeah. I want you to finish this thought. One of you please step in. So it was like, we've had this conversation, but I want the steady 75 people that listen to this podcast.
The 102 that's
yeah.
on me.
I wanted to hear your statement. I got to pee. One of you guys step in real quick. I have to pee. I'll be right back. But finish your statement because we've had this conversation and people need to hear it.
Yeah.
Like, people really need to hear this. So please continue.
Okay. Hey, buddy.
Oh, hey, bud.
But you know, you've seen this. Is a lot of people do act like they're owed something. And that's not to say everybody does, but some people do. They think, I pay this or this comes out of my salary, so you need to cater to me. Well, earlier when I was talking about the burn the ships mentality, nobody's here to fucking save you from anything. If I was in the army and I decided to want to go infantry, the only person that is physically there to save me is a combat medic right behind me. Hopefully. Not right behind me, but somewhere in the area. Somebody's there to help me. But it's only the guy there and next to me. Your family in this case, and for some of those people that don't have one or don't have a full family, yeah, nobody's there to fucking save you. So you need to make a life for yourself. One person I love, and I've talked to David a lot about this, is Pittsburgh's first round draft pick, Najee Harris. Najee Harris is from the San Francisco Bay Area. He's a black dude. He's a running back from Alabama. That dude was fucking homeless. Nobody was there to save him. He had the local programs. He had these shelters, but nobody was going to say, hey, you're going to be okay. And he even talks about his work ethic. I'm here to make sure that I'm going to go the next mile, the distance. I'm going to be here to last. I'm going to make my career. I'm going to do what is necessary of me. Whether you're black, white, Asian, purple, green, whatever. Nobody is here to fucking save you. The world may be built for you. It may be built without you. But you have the ultimate power to build everything. Tim Scott, right after Biden's address to Congress, Tim Scott talks about how the world was against him and he made what he could for himself. Entering his shot like that. But Tim Scott ultimately, and he got a lot of backlash for this. He said America's not racist. I think America has a race. He said there's obviously that demographic is racist in America, but America itself is not inherently racist. So although the cards may be stacked against whoever in this world, the cards are not stacked specifically against you or whoever is hearing this, watching this. You get to make your own possibility. Now, one thing that is the most important is there's always difficulties. And if you think, oh, I owe you this or I owe you that, it's not how it goes. Nobody owed anybody during the revolution. They didn't owe you a fucking ounce of freedom. When we talk about why somebody should feel they're free and safe, make your own safety. Now, do I expect my government to make me safe from all enemies, foreign and domestic, like the same oath that I took way back in the day? But do I owe myself that? Yes. Because I'll protect myself. If somebody wants to fuck me or my family or my friends over, I'll act. Do I expect my friends to act with the same ferocity if it was against me? Yes. Small tribal mentalities do help. That's a huge fucking deal. Now, yeah, reject modernity and return to monkey.
Yeah, dude.
Ultimately, I'm going to protect...
Turn to monkey, baby.
I'm going to protect me and my friends. You, your family. You, your family, and you, your family. I'm going to protect whoever if they call upon me. Now, there's a lot of people in this world, in America specifically, 1% of the population that take that oath of office, or not oath of office, oath of service to defend against all enemies, foreign and domestic. They choose to take that. Now they take all of their friends' families, their family out of consideration. They're still ultimately a part of that, but now they're protecting everybody. And where we're entering currently is a very dangerous point of not only do you need to protect everybody, but also these people at the top. Patriotism is not supporting the government. That's not what it is. I don't care if you're a Republican, Libertarian, Green Tea, Democrat, whatever party you choose to align with. Patriotism is not politically, it's not bipartisan, it's not partisan by any fucking means. Patriotism is towards the people. Ultimately, if you were to ask me at any point, would I defend an American over a European? It would be an American. Homeless citizen or the top 1% of America versus homeless citizen or top 1% of Europe. Because that is my tribe. Now, do I want to see the overall growth and prosperity of Earth as a whole? Yes, I fucking do. But if any of those countries over or if anybody else wants to seek harm against my own fucking people, that's where the problem comes. And when media, every news outlet that exists seeks to divide us based on race, age, or gender, and they seek to create this division. Oh, you need to be over here. Does America have fucking problems? Yeah. But you want to know what's great? We inherit every problem in this country that the better societies do not. When they talk about, oh, Europe has a better solution. Those are predominantly white countries. The 2021 fucking, I sent this to Noah, the 2021 migration report shows that the U.S. inherits the vast fucking majority of migrants. That's not to include illegal. And no human is illegal or whatever. Yeah, But when it comes to like socialist reforms, you want to know who is inheriting what policies, healthcare, education, whatever. There's a lot more that goes into that, but that's not a topic for right now. We inherit every problem that these fortunate nations are not inheriting. And you saw how England, with the refugee problem, and Europe in general with the refugee problem, how they handled that, how poorly. They're like, oh, we were so great, or we did this, we handled it so fantastically. No, they put you in fucking slums. For the most part, they didn't handle that fucking great. And also the refugees that they inherited compared nowhere near what we did. Our diversity beats everywhere else in the world. As a first world country, we have every problem that other first world countries don't have to deal with. So when people are so upset with racial divide, gender divide, and everything that comes with it, mind you, in the 60s, we passed the Civil Rights Act. What was it, 1964? Something, LBJ. With all of that taken into account, that's what, fucking 60 years ago? A little less? When you think about humanity's status on this earth and where we show up, like I was talking earlier about like that calendar year, we're a small fucking blip and we expected everything to get solved in 400 fucking years. Fuck no. Most societies don't handle shit within 1,000. What, the Romans didn't exist for like how long? So let's look at the past 2,000 years, especially after like the Bible with Jesus Christ and how we like determine BCE and AD. When we take everything that happened before Jesus, about 1,000 years? Okay, so it says the Roman Empire is from 27 BC to 476 AD. Oh, okay. No, I see that. Is that okay? Anyways, so you look at the Roman Empire, and about 1,000 years, right? Based on what that says. 1,000 years is fucking dog shit compared to the Earth. When we talk about like the first micro single cell organism showing up, I think that's like 4.5 billion years.
If you're going by the science, it's about that. Yeah, that's taking religion out of the question.
Yeah, no, religion completely out of the equation.
If you're going by what science has found about that, yeah.
Yeah, so let's go strictly on like the scientific model of all this.
I don't think it's 4.5. I think that was like the formation of the Earth was like 4.5 billion years
3.6, whatever.
Yeah, regardless.
Either way, it's billions of years, multitude. We're a fucking fraction of that. We're a microcosm. And so when you like also think of like Germany, France, England, and countries like that, the Franks or the Anglo-Saxons, way fucking back when, and you talk about, oh, how long they've been on this planet. Well, in 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue. Okay. In 1492, the U.S. became a country, an independent nation in 1776. That's when we declared our independence, right? And past that point, from 1776, in 1865, I think, is when the what was it, the 13th Amendment? I'm sorry, I'm all over the place. Yeah. So in 1865, the 13th Amendment gets passed. Now, you take 1865 and the preceding events for the Union Pacific and the Continental Railroad, which Joe Biden is oddly fascinated with, no matter what. Now, 1865, and then you take that into 1964 with the Civil Rights Act, and the motions that were passed with that act. Despite how racist LBJ was at the time of doing that, and his statement that I cannot legally say.
So with all this, right? So our past is certainly important when you put it into when you put it in relation to, like, again, and it's
the rest of the world.
The rest of the world, right? When you're taking religion out of it, granted, like, I don't, just because of what I believe, but, like, if you're taking from a purely scientific perspective, yeah, but
from the rest of the world,
right.
we've inherited every problem that these countries have neglected or have
Right.
solved rapidly.
Right? No. Because my solution, well, not my solution, but my answer to all of this is that it's very easy. It's very easy because when you hear all of the complaints coming out, it's not from liberals, it's from leftists. I distinguish the two.
Yeah.
Like, classical liberals, I mostly agree with, just like in the same way that moderate Republicans, I mostly agree with, right?
Yeah.
It's the leftists that have become borderline cultish that I have a problem with. But due to time constraints, not the last time you're going to be on by any measure, due to time constraints for the next 20 minutes, our past is awesome. It's very interesting. You have to look at the past to know the present, but the future. Where are the aliens at, Springer?
Oh, dude. So and this will be a quick,
Yeah.
despite how far we've come, no matter what you choose to acknowledge, there are several fucking theories as to why we have not encountered aliens.
Okay.
Okay.
So why have we not encountered aliens?
So there are several theories, and one of them is the rare earth. And basically what that says is we're one of a kind.
Can you look up the rare earth theory? Because that is the most BS theory I've ever heard in my life.
I don't-
most bull.
I don't agree with it. But basically what the rare earth states is we're one of a kind.
Right.
There's no other way around that. Then there's the Gaian bottleneck. Gaian. And it basically says...
Okay, well, before we move on to that, okay, so it's called the rare earth hypothesis. One more time, David? Okay, so the rare earth hypothesis argues the origin of life and the evolution of biological complexity, such as sexually reproducing multicellular organisms on Earth and subsequently human intelligence, required an improbable combination of astrophysical and geological events and circumstances. Now, here's my thing, right? As a layman, when I hear a sentence or the back half of a sentence like required an improbable combination of astrophysical and geological events and circumstances, do you know how you simplify that entire half into one word? God.
Yeah. And...
No, let me finish. Like, I'm not saying that God is improbable, because I believe God exists, obviously. But I also believe, because of the evidence that we're given that God has created, there is absolutely nothing in our known universe that comes in a single. There are multiple planets. There are multiple moons. There are multiple galaxies. There are multiple solar systems.
Well, and even when you talk about like the Old Testament with Noah and like the Ark, everything comes in twos.
Exactly.
We have a counterpart at some point. Oh, but we're the only ones that can be created. It's
right.
to just, that's a weird justification, and to say that we don't have a counterpart, I'm not entirely sold on.
So what's the Gaian?
Gaian bottleneck is basically to say that
Spell that out.
Gaian.
And what you had pulled up, that's what I'll finish
IAN.
with. That's what I'm going to finish with.
IAN. So the bottleneck. So the bottleneck theory is basically that the universe is so hostile that we're the only ones that were able to make it. They didn't survive the Gaian bottleneck hypothesis by astrobiologist Dr. Aditya Chopra suggests that alien beings are all dead. They simply didn't make it. Life forms on habitable planets failed to emerge quickly enough to stabilize the planet and pave the way for more life. And that goes to like our start with single cellular and replacing the CO2 with oxygen in our atmosphere.
All right, take a quick 10-second pause.
Demota.
Because audio mixing is a pain. All right, continue.
So you have the Gaian bottleneck, which basically says it was so fucking hostile that that's what happened.
Right.
Okay, so the survival of the fittest, it's not too far out there. If you would have told me at the beginning, I would have said maybe.
Well, yeah. If you look at the beginning of humanity, I'd agree with you. You can't make that argument for today, but you can make that argument for a couple thousand years ago.
Then there's the Great Filter hypothesis, so Earth has experienced several mass extinction events. It's
Right.
not just
That's confirmed.
Yeah.
Through Graham Hancock. And
It's not
his
just
work.
the
That is-
initial meteorite that
through,
killed the dinosaurs.
Klubeki Tepe.
Yeah.
The lost civilization. Like, that's confirmed. That's not a joke.
Yeah, so we've experienced several mass extinction events. I think it's 5 specifically. But that we're just lucky enough to come out, and that's not strictly due to the bottleneck, but it's just due to the fact that the reason we haven't encountered any other alien species has to do with just our luck individually. Then you have the Great Silence Theory, which says basically we're not fucking worth it. We're not worth these Type 3 civilizations coming back on the Kardashev scale. We're not worth them talking to us, which based on the past year, I'd probably fucking agree with that. We're just not worth the bullshit. You also have the early bird theory that follows that, which suggests ultimately that humans are well ahead of the evolutionary curve. And now, mind you, all of these theories disregard religion as a whole.
So wait, why does that put us past an evolutionary standpoint?
So the evolutionary standpoint, when it comes to these theories, and I'll get into that when I finish the next 3. Yeah, there's 3 more. So the evolutionary standpoint comes from the Sumerians. And like I was telling them, the Anunnaki. Anunnaki, something like that. But the next theory is life as we know it. And it just says we're fucking wrong, and that the life as we know it is these other civilizations are basically fucking Transformers. Like, if you think of those movies, that's it. That's that theory.
Stupid by Michael Bay? Like,
Yeah.
what?
It's directed by Michael Bay, and they basically look at us, and they're just like, oh, they're organic, so why are we going to fuck with them?
Wait, that
That
makes no sense. I'm sorry.
No, so-
but that makes no sense.
that follows the Great Silence Theory, where they basically think we're so fucking stupid.
Yeah, that's dumb. No, that's
Yeah,
stupid.
it's-
Move on. That's stupid.
So then there's the long road ahead of us, where basically we're just not capable.
That's dumb
of
too.
being considered a part of them. It's really fucking stupid.
That's dumb.
The last one is A Galaxy Far Away.
Nobody
Yeah, it sounds...
Carrie Fisher's passed away. Like,
Yeah,
she's not gonna
it's the
save
same
us.
thing where they're just way too far for our radio signals to reach.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, so it's
Well,
not...
that's a hypothesis for aliens. Then the aliens existing.
So that goes to I said earlier about the Anunnaki, because they're in their Sumerian text that was uncovered in Iran that the U.S. bought for like $3 billion when I mentioned earlier. Those texts basically say that
But before he dives entirely into this, full transparency, I first heard about the Anunnaki through a Trevor Moore song called "High in Church," where he takes mushrooms and is in church.
So
Continue.
So the Anunnaki,
That's my knowledge.
despite like
David, can you pull that up, please?
how much Anunniki, I think is how it's spelled. Anunniki, or no, take away the A and put an I. No, the last A. Yeah, Anunnaki. There you go. So the Anunnaki are like those weird Mesopotamian gods that you see with like the big beards and the wings.
Right.
So according to their texts and the translations, which blows my mind how these translations ever came to be, and this is a layman's term explanation, is so the Anunnaki, their planet Nibiru,
No, that's
butchering
correct.
that,
No,
like-
no, it's Nubeyu.
Nibiru,
Yeah.
needed gold. I'm butchering the story 100%, like I'll be honest. But they needed gold, and so every 3,600 years, their orbit aligned with Earth. They went to Earth, they fucking hung out, and they had a enslaved alien species called the Igu. It's like Igiuo, I think is how it's spelled. It's a slave species, ultimately, that they had mining for gold for them.
So okay.
So they had them mining for this gold, and the slave species was like, yo, fuck you, we're going to fight you. And the Anunnaki annihilated them, according to their text.
Well,
And-
the victor tends to write the history.
Yeah.
So
And so the Anunnaki are on top. They annihilated the slave species. And then they're sitting there going, well, who the fuck is going to do the work for us? So they genetically alter us. They genetically alter humans as a whole. And that's a huge thing, is a lot of like
okay.
geneticists want to find like the racial or ethnic lineage to people who would be related to Sumerians to test their DNA to see if there's alterations.
Okay, so I've heard of that last part, right? Where they ended up altering us, but that also kind of feeds into the theory, the stoned ape theory, where look, if I were to believe in evolution, this is what I would go with, where the apes at that time. And then granted, can you look up stoned ape theory real quick so I can get at least like a relative timestamp? Where basically what happened were these apes, because this isn't a secret, the first strains of psilocybin-based mushrooms were grown in shit.
Yeah.
Quite literally in fecal matter. So it stands to reason that prior to that happening, right, the apes and the monkeys at the time were eating everything around them. They were eating mushrooms, and nothing's really happening. That mushrooms is a form of nutrition. But when they find these specific mushrooms that contain psilocybin, started hyper activating their primitive brains, that is what helped evolve them into what we are now. And that, again, like if I were to believe in strict evolution, I mean, excuse me, that's what I would go with.
Yeah, and so like with the Sumerians and Anunnaki, and after this, I'm gonna cut it off because I have a whole base on religion with Joseph Campbell and his book called The Power of Myth.
Joseph Campbell's an interesting guy.
Oh, dude.
He's a very insightful guy.
So the Anunnaki, after making humans,
Stoned ape, not Stone Age. That's the argument for the stoned ape theory, because a part of the stoned ape theory is part of the DNA from the original chimpanzees made it through.
So the Anunnaki, in these texts, made they made humans, and then they actually loved their creation so much that. And I forget what the translation is, and I'm not even going to fucking try.
That's fair.
But it actually is similar to the Garden of Eden.
Can you screen cap that? Press the window screen and so window screen print screen on the top right of the keyboard.
So when you talk about like the Anunnaki and humans, they had a Garden of Eden. And I think the translation or like the actual like Sumerian word was Edenanu or something like that. And they had their own first man. They had everything that aligns with the Old Testament in Catholicism. They had a Garden of Eden, and their initial rules were like, hey, don't procreate too much.
And then who is this again?
The Anunnaki.
Okay, right.
Like Sumerian gods.
Right.
And they made humans, and they were like, hey, don't procreate too much. Like, we have a population control. Well, humans were like, we're going to procreate a whole fucking lot. Like, I'm into that shit.
Because the act is quite fun.
Because they like fucking.
As the good Lord intended.
And so it led to like exile for some individuals, those that like took advantage. Now it's a little bit different than like the Bible's Adam and Eve, obviously, because there's multiple persons as opposed to just two. Right. I forget what like the aftermath is, but there's a great flood. And when you consider the Old Testament, that's Noah's Ark.
Right. There's just a lot of overlapping similarities.
Overlapping stories itself. And I have several individuals, 25 to be exact, that coincide with Jesus Christ. And I'll bring that up in the next episode when we talk about this, when we go into religion specifically. But the Anunnaki and the Sumerians, when you think about like how they knew, like these texts that we have, because they're carbon dated, these texts don't coincide with when the Great Flood happened. But when scientists said the Great Flood happened, there's a massive difference of like a couple thousand years, like several thousand years. So when you look at the Bible and you look at the Sumerians, most people would say, oh, those are fucking heathens.
Right.
But their stories align with us. And where in the next episode, I'll bring up Joseph Campbell.
Well, it's just weird. So you bring up like, it's just weird to me. And this is a very...
Have you ever seen The Good Place on Netflix?
I have not.
So
Can you pull that up real quick so I can see a reference?
So A Good Place on Netflix, it talks about like what happens when you die. And so one of the girls, I think Kirsten Dunst or Kirsten Bell. Yeah.
Kristen Bell.
Whatever.
Okay. Side note. Kristen Bell is one of the women that gives me hope. Because, I'm sorry, but if you look at Dax Shepard,
Oh, God.
like, not that attractive, but he's hilarious. So a good personality can get you a beautiful woman.
Yeah. X, Y, and Z. Over. points. 10 points to Gryffindor over here.
Oh my god. For those of you listening, my girlfriend entered the studio like an hour and a half ago.
So anyways,
So, with Kristen Bell.
so Kristen Bell with A Good Place. They make a mention in the first episode. They're like, oh, so who is right? And he goes, oh, well, Christians had this bit. Muslims, Jewish, Buddhists, they all had this little bit. But Sean, or whatever the name they mentioned in the beginning, they're like, he was like 97% right. And he took a bunch of mushrooms in his college dorm in like 1996. And it was basically like just defining like this kid that just got high as shit. And he was talking about like what happens when you die. And so there's a picture of him in that first episode where he looks like the employee of the month.
So this is okay.
It's a TV show. It's not to be taken seriously.
Right. Okay. So it's a TV show by NBC. God, 4-season, 53 episodes.
It's pretty fucking good. It's funny.
Bro, I ain't got that kind of time.
No, you do.
No, I don't.
No, you do.
She knows that I don't.
No, you do.
During the quarantine. Yeah, in my free time when I'm not working, podcasting, or spending time with her, I spend my spare 15 minutes
You have
playing
enough
Sekiro.
time to watch The Good Place with her to get involved in this fucking show. All right, Danielle. All right, get into this fucking show and then make him watch it. Because it's... Yeah, there you go. Easy day. So it's a good fucking show.
Can you put up on YouTube real quick? Give me like a...
And-
you don't got to screen cap it. I don't want to get copyrighted.
And another thing with the show is it's not like hyper into religion. It's literally that like version of good versus bad. Like if you were to watch read Dante's Inferno.
I think you're giving it NBC production a lot more credit than it
No.
deserves.
What I'm saying is if you were to like read Dante's Inferno and then go straight to the Bible and all the good parts, it's that sort of contrast.
All the good parts.
Yeah, the good parts. Now, ultimately, this show gives some humanism or humanistic features. And the next time when I talk about like Viking religion and other religions, like the Greeks and whatnot, it gives depth.
Dude, I mean, look, I believe what you say 99% of the time. But, like, this is... You're giving it a lot more theological credit
No,
than
dude,
it
it's
probably
a
deserves.
good fucking show. So the first season is like tied strictly into like a human's. All right. Hit pause. So the first season is tied strictly into somebody believing they're worth more. So like, oh, I donated to St. Jude's. Why don't I get to go to heaven? It's like, oh, you also took a shit on a homeless man. They're like, that doesn't fucking count.
I'm sorry, does somebody defecate on a homeless person in this show?
No.
That would have made me watch it. Come on, man. Lie to me.
But ultimately, it's about like people thinking they did more than they did. Yeah. Yeah. And
It's based off a point system. If you have enough points, you go to the good place. If you don't have enough points, you go to the bad place. But initially, the point system is corrupt because everything you do, like buying that can of Monster, is initially bad because some foreign child
But that's-
made the Monster.
okay,
It's a whole
that's-
show. Watch the show about it. It's pretty good.
But that's one of the best episodes of Black Mirror with it's not Charlize Theron. It's the Social Credit episode.
no, I know what you're talking about. Where they have the
Extremely
band.
blonde and beautiful actress that's not Charlize Theron.
So ultimately, what
Played
this
Gwen Stacy in Spider-Man 3. Defeated. One of you.
give it to me.
No, Spider-Man 3. Gwen Stacy. Jurassic World.
So hey, stop being a nerd for like 10 seconds. So ultimately, that show is about like social credit.
Bryce Dallas Howard. That episode.
So ultimately, that show is about social credit itself. So when you think about these people with their false affirmation about how good they are in life, like think about how many people you know post on Instagram, Facebook, or whatever saying, "Oh, I'm so fucking good because I donate to X, Y, and Z."
My celebrity crush that we went over last episode.
Now,
And yours too.
yeah. So
For those that didn't watch the last episode, that's Haley Steinfeld and Natalie Portman, respectively. Continue.
dude, if God came down and presented themselves as Natalie Portman, I'd say, yeah, that's how it's supposed to be.
That's justice.
That's justice. So ultimately, what that show is about, The Good Place, is people having this idea like, oh, I was so good because they didn't kill anybody or they didn't do like these inherently evil things that they think of because they didn't walk into a fucking school and do the worst because they didn't do these bad things. They think they're above the rest of the population. Where if I just sat there and lived my fucking life, I didn't cause any damage to anybody, but I also didn't open doors for anyone. We're in the same place. And they're like, oh, we're not equal. No, we're equal. We're equally evil.
Interesting.
And that's what that show's about.
Okay.
Is ultimately, like, I think it's like after season 3, they adapt on the value of your sins or your goods having a value to them. Now, ultimately, it is a joke.
Well, because I would say, the reason why I give it this credit from NBC is because I know people like Alec Baldwin, Jimmy Fallon, and Jimmy Kimmel. They're paid off by the leftist media. They are. And for anyone that would argue against that is a fool. Like, they are. So, yeah, I mean, if it's on Netflix, and it's something I'm already paying for, then why not?
So it's a good show. I would suggest watching it. And what it helps is, let's say you're super Christian, you're super Muslim, you're Buddhist, which actually they have a Buddhist character in the first season.
Hashtag diversity.
I wouldn't go that far. for the reasons about like 6 episodes in. But no matter what, that show gives like a perspective. And like when I was talking about the Anunnaki, and you talk about how like, oh, they have like a significant coincidence with the Old Testament. Each religion or each idealism has a piece of the puzzle. And they say that in the first episode. Every part,
as in the context of the show.
yeah,
Right.
in the context of the show, they say
Right.
each part like has, oh, Christians have this much, Muslims have this much, Buddhists have this much. They state that openly and blatantly. The show doesn't say Christians are right. They have no specific because the show goes in its own direction.
For sure. Okay.
And that's super fucking nice, especially considering a public access fucking television show.
Yeah.
Now, when you think of the concept of religion, like as a whole, and we'll cover this later, way later, but here's a layman's term, is
I might already break this episode up into 2 parts. But
right,
Yeah.
but everybody has a part. Everybody plays into that part. It's our duty to play our part. Whether you want to give to somebody or keep to yourself, just acknowledge there's something else going on. X, Y, and Z, front, left, and center, whatever keeps you fucking going in the morning.
Yeah.
Just acknowledge.
So it's interesting you bring that up. That you acknowledge something bigger, right?
Yeah.
So what keeps you going in the morning? That's a very
Aside from the 30 seconds where I look at myself in the mirror and realize I'm a fucking disappointment. Sorry, Mom.
no like that. No, that's in all seriousness. That's a good point because like I almost like okay. here's the best way I can put it. So, regardless of let's even just take, because we're already in May, right? So we're 4 entire months into 2021, as unrealistic as that sounds. If you only take 2021, myself, I pray very often, and the reason why I do that, and this is the reason why I continuously believe, and I hate, it's weird. I feel almost condescending when I say this, but then I almost know that it's weird. It's like knowing that you're, I believe that I'm right, but it's it's because of everything else that's out there. You know what I mean?
So I have talked to him several times, and his view of my religious point may be skewed.
Well, it's because,
But when you talk about it late at night without a Bible, without a church, one individual may say, I wish this for my friends or my family or whatever. And what I think you're going about is there's that expectation that somebody wants you to show up in a house of God.
No, not at all, actually. I'll be completely honest with you. Not at all. And here's why I say that. Because I very, very often on this podcast, I've been very open, not only about mental health, my own mental health, but about my religion. I'm not ashamed of it. I know that my friend group, and certainly not my partner, doesn't look down on me for it, right? That's why I maintain you guys in my life. But I almost hate saying or saying this is what I believe, because I almost don't want to put other people down for what they believe, because I believe so clearly about what I believe in is correct. But you're talking about a day-to-day purpose or a late at night thing, whenever, and for whatever reason, I find myself doing it, whether I'm in the shower after a workout or getting dry after a workout shower. But maybe that's when I'm the most physically drained. But that is when I find myself, whether it's being, every time I even have to force myself, I force myself to be very thankful. But it's a lot easier to be confessional and be look, I am very thankful for X, Y, and Z, because that's the life that I've not only been given but built for myself, because I've worked very hard. But I am not a good person in God's eyes, right? By strict text, we're all sinners so then I ask for forgiveness for a lot of things, and the reason I bring this up in reference to The Good Place and what the theology of that show is bringing by your watching your account, by your watching the show, is that is what, not only by going through the acts of what my religion requires, but that is what brings me almost a good conscience, or that's what makes me feel better, right? It's it's if, I really, there's a bug in this studio. This is the second time there's been a bug, and you let it go. You let it go.
I caught it for a second.
But that's what that's what helps me know that I might have messed up today, but there is a hope that tomorrow I'll do better, right? And if you don't have that, then what's the point?
So ultimately, oh my God, sorry, I'm drunk. So ultimately, as a human, I think if we are incapable of acknowledging that we're without fault or with fault, if I was to say, and a sober mind, if I was to say, hey, I'm perfect, you'd laugh your ass off.
You sound like Trump,
I
bro.
know several individuals. Fuck Trump. David's gone. Fuck Trump.
He sound like Trump, bro.
Dude, fuck that guy. But if I was to say I'm fucking perfect, I can bring, and I had to draw back and think of all my faults, I can bring up several instances where I'm not. I know that. I know every fucking second of my faults. And my partner, God bless you, buddy, if you ever fucking watch this, and I'm going to send it to you. I love you. You're the greatest partner I ever had.
Is that
Partner. Not gay, but my
no, like Parker? Him?
partner.
No, but
Partner. I don't have a girlfriend, dude. I'm fucking single. Fuck off.
it's like, dude, is there someone I don't know about?
Nobody
you
wants-
motherfucker.
Nobody wants me. Not even my own fucking mom or my dad.
Joey wants you. Look at him. He's ready for you.
What's up, buddy?
Just let him.
Anyways,
Accept him.
my own EMS partner, not currently, but like from when I first started, my partner Carrie, and one of my best friends. Like aside from you guys, outside of my immediate group, Carrie is one of my best friends. I won't say his last name for obvious reasons.
Well, right.
Yeah.
Because of things
Yeah.
that we've said in
But
this episode.
he's one of my best friends, and I've disclosed a lot to him. Now, when you talk about the situation of like what you feel or whatever, that dude was there when I saw my first dead kid.
Oh, man. Yeah.
Oh, that's hard.
That's a big thing. No, for sure.
Now, you want like a generation kill mindset,
Yeah.
like as a person.
No, it's a slight caveat. For those of you listening or watching, like, if you have an HBO Max subscription, obviously watch Justice League, whatever. But, like, there's a mini series that came out a while back called Generation Kill, and it's one of the best. Thanks, sweetheart. That's one of the best representation of. Okay, so was it the Gulf War or the first invasion? I can't remember.
Enduring freedom.
So it's the first
think,
invasion.
yeah.
So the first invasion of Iraq, and it's one of the best representations of veterans going through that at the time between 2001 and 2005, and the veterans that we are still having to rehabilitate and take care of today in
So-
2021. No, for sure. No, yeah, it sucks, man.
So, my first dead kid, and I'll give him full credit. Carrie, I love you, man. You helped me through a lot. But seeing what like followed, the blood curdling screams, everything after the fact, and seeing how human he was.
Yeah.
And now, granted, I'm at the time I'm 23 years old when this happened, and he's 52, I think. And he took that to heart. And I took that personally
Well, for sure.
because I'm 30 years behind him. It blew my fucking mind that he wasn't well in front of what happened. And he took that kid personally.
Right.
So when you talk to anybody or you see like, oh, I'm a homeless vet, these are big issues.
It is a big issue. But what sucks is like because of the culture that and this isn't me playing devil's advocate, this is just me being like who I am as a person. Like because of the culture that's been created here in the States. Yeah, you know what, man? They could be a homeless vet. And that's really awful, and our government needs to buck up and take care of that. But also, they could be someone saying they are.
So I've had a couple people that are like, I'm a Vietnam vet, and we look at their birthday, and you're like, there's no fucking
Right, there's no way.
Now, whether they want to pass that over themselves, whatever, I still take that step back.
Yeah.
I look at that and I'm like, and my uncle, I won't say his name for obvious reasons, but my uncle, he saw that.
Yeah.
He saw all the fucked up shit in Vietnam. And so looking at it, I've seen what's the best way to put it? I've seen things that keep me up at night.
Well, right.
I've seen things that aren't the best for obvious reasons. And when somebody's like, oh, they can make the best for themselves. They can. They fucking can. No, they can do the best for themselves. Because when somebody's like, oh, what, you want to kill yourself? That's a thing.
No, yeah.
There's something that holds someone back.
Yeah.
And I know a guy, I won't say his name again. I don't know him personally, but I know of him. But I know the situation. I won't specify at all. But when you go, oh, you saw that? Why do you want to kill yourself? I was like, are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah. Well, people don't know. And I mean, look, because of the fact that we're over 4 hours, and
Yeah, this is gonna be a 2 hour
it's gonna be
episode.
a long one. Like, I'll end my statement with this. I think this is a very important thing people need to hear is like, people, like, so when you talk about PTSD, because clearly what we've been shadowing for the past 20 minutes, when you talk about PTSD, it's not just like, yes, there is a predominant population of individuals that suffer from PTSD that are military. That will never be overshadowed, and you can't move past that. But you have to also recognize that it's public servants of all professions, whether it's your EMS, it's your caregivers, your nurses, doctors, surgeons. Like, this is what they do. Now, whether they're like, so you take the surgeons where their job is to quite literally cut people open, put a muscle back onto a joint. Or before I make these medical assumptions, I'm not medically inclined. Whether it's attaching the bicep back to the joint, or it's fixing a torn quad, or whatever it is, I just know athletic injuries. But these people, they suffer a level of PTSD, whatever it is, right? And just the point I'm trying to make is that there is obviously there's a level of severity that's greater than others, because you start getting things like whether the individual needs like a certain level of therapy or medication to help deal with the problem, or whatever it is. But it all needs to be taken care of.
So ultimately, yeah.
Yeah. And people don't
Physical. So like I told you, I tore my lat, or like pulled. I went and pulled weight way past what I could.
on your deadlift, right?
Yeah. And what happened was I went to go do pull-ups, and I jumped up, and I had my whole weight drop on this left lat, and it pulled, and I still did pull-ups past that.
Right.
And I kept going. Now, when I went to go do deadlifts, holy fuck, that hurt. And then my dumbass kept pulling weight. Like, I wanted to cry. Now, when I talk about, like, or earlier when I mentioned, like, the burn the ships mentality,
Yeah.
no one's going to save me.
Yeah, you have to keep going, but it's hard to like distinguish between like what's hurting
But
you
my
and
dumbass
what's
in the
actually
gym.
harming you.
And,
Yeah, it's hard.
like, I went to go pick up weight, and I was like, wait a minute. No one wants to kill me.
I'm forcing myself to do this.
Yeah, no, I'm doing that ultimately to myself. That's the thing. And, like, people need to understand, no matter what, no matter where you are in life, you can hurt yourself or you can build yourself.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, there's God, what's it called? Where like
The Oedipus complex?
no, where you keep putting strain on a tendon or a joint, and you like sneeze too hard, or you like pull your bed sheet up and you like blow out your back. You know what I'm talking about?
I haven't heard.
It's like a stress. I was listening to an old Whitney Cummings and Joe Rogan episode where you're doing so many exercises so wrong and you're moving about your life so wrong that when you do a generic movement through
the
your life
wrong
that you
movements-
fuck up a part of your body and
Yeah.
like
So the wrong movements, I will say, like, I'll admit that 100%. When I went to go deadlift, I didn't tense properly. I didn't like get my body prepped.
well, because we all want to be the David Goggins, like stay hard. It's like,
Yeah.
I can only be so hard, David.
And no matter what, like, despite what anybody says, nobody's gonna save me.
Yeah.
And no one will save those that I love.
Well, that's why I love squats so much.
Exactly.
Is you have to stand up.
You have to get
What
up.
happens if you don't stand up?
What, you're gonna drop the weight,
Yeah.
and then
why I love
those that are
squats.
there to protect you have to pick it up. Fuck you, dude. They're not gonna get that up.
No. We have to end it here. We have to. But what happens when you fail a squat is you drop the bar, and then whether it's 3 people in the gym or it's a fucking Planet Fitness where there's like 20 fat bodies in the gym, they have to watch you fucking unrack the weights from your bar and put it back,
Look.
and then put your barbell back onto the racks. That's
Like,
what you have to
okay.
go through.
So what I'll tell you, and I'm gonna be like Hulk Hogan. Listen, brother. I'm gonna tell you. So at home, be it no matter what you have to deal with, be it racism. No, shut up. Be it racism or anything in your life. I'm sorry. I will apologize for that.
On behalf of the white supremacists, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Jim Jones, all of those pieces of shit, I will apologize. And on my behalf, I wish life was truly equal. I wish everyone had the full blanket of protection. Now,
I wish you had the blanket of white skin.
fuck up. Yeah. Whatever. Now, I will say this. Burn the ships. Burn that shit. No one is coming to save you. And I will say this as a white-looking dude. I'm related to Hispanic and natives. No one is coming to save you. Now act that way. What are you gonna say?
Be like DJ Khaled. Another one.
No
secure
one.
secure the bag. No, seriously. Like work hard. Work hard, and I'll end it here. And I really appreciate you sitting down with me for the past almost 4.5 hours. I really do. And I appreciate David, Joey, who went upstairs. I appreciate my lovely lady coming in and watching the back quarter. Look, like, if you take nothing else from this incoherent blabber of words, I'm so glad I'm not famous. Like,
No, look. So no one will save you.
yeah.
Act like that.
No, yeah.
I'm not saying like the government shouldn't or whoever, whatever political society should. Act like no one is there on your back. Because if you sit there and say you're on your own, you're the most powerful you have ever been in your life. And if someone is there behind you, you're leading them. But don't sit there and expect someone to come in front of you.
Yeah. And I think that this is something we're going to, I'm going to have you back, obviously. But I think that's something that we're going to see in our next administration, sadly. And it's going to get a lot worse before it gets better. But as much as you can, take care of yourselves. That's certainly what I'm doing for myself and for my friends and those people around me. Like, you have to watch out for yourself, and you just have to do what's best for yourself. And it's very sad, but I want to say thank you for coming. It's almost 1 a.m. here in Mountain Time. It's almost 1 a.m. And I really do appreciate you coming, because I know your time is limited. And I mean, I value everybody's time, but just, especially those of public servants, I value your time. I really do. And it's compounded that you're one of my best friends. So I really do appreciate you. I appreciate you opening up. I appreciate you giving our viewers and listeners a very real look into what it's like, into a very underappreciated occupation, because I believe it is. And look, for those of you listening, please check out his previous episode to give more of an insight into just what it's like, you know. And he's one of the most real people that I know. I really appreciate him coming, and Lord willing, we'll see you for his next, and it won't be his last. And I really appreciate you, man. I really do. I appreciate you, so thank you. Thank you for coming.
Ultimately,
Mr. Springer.
No matter what's said here, I want everybody watching, I want you guys to be the best you.
No, seriously, I'll end this video with like a Joe Rogan, David Goggins mashup.
Despite whatever we say, I want you to go out there and like inflect the best you on somebody. Because I've done it. He's done it with this podcast. I want you to inflect the best person that you are on somebody. Don't force it, but inflect.
OnlyKings, baby. We'll see you next time. Thank you, guys. Peace out. Elias Springer, people. Woo!